Let's call the meeting to order. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that all can participate remotely. You can join via Zoom. Specific directions on how to participate are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. The open session part of the meeting agenda begins at 7 p.m. We're going to move on to item B of this opening our session of public comment on closed session items. But before going into closed session, the board is available for public comment on closed session agenda items. So is there any public comment on closed session items? Manny, do we see any? We're good?
Do not have any comments currently at this time.
Thank you. Seeing that, appreciate it. Thank you. Seeing that there are none, the Napa Valley Unified School District will now adjourn into closed session. See you at 7. So we are reconvening to open session. As Board Vice President, I'll be running today's meeting. Good evening. My name is Elba Gonzalez Mares, and this is the Napa Valley Unified School District Board of Education. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that all can participate remotely. You can join via Zoom. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elba González Mares y somos el Consejo Escolar del Distrito Escolar del Valle de Napa, NVUSD por sus siglas en inglés. La Junta Regular del Consejo Escolar del NVUSD es de manera virtual, así puede participar remotamente. Se puede unir vía Zoom. Interpretation in Spanish is available for tonight's virtual board meeting. To access interpretation from a computer, you want to click on the interpretation icon on the bottom of your screen from within the Zoom application. On a mobile device, click on the More button on the bottom of your screen and choose Language Interpretation from within the Zoom application. This is a separate channel that would allow you to hear English to Spanish translation concurrently. Please note, translation services are not available when you join our meeting by calling in. Our interpreters for tonight's meeting are Marcy Valdivieso and Claudia Lindgren. Marcy, please translate these directions on our English channel so our Spanish-speaking families can hear the directions.
Tendremos servicios de interpretación simultánea al español durante la reunión virtual del Consejo Escolar de esta noche. Para acceder a los servicios de interpretación desde su computador, haga un clic en el icono de interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla dentro de la aplicación de Zoom. En sus dispositivos móviles, haga clic en el botón que dice More, M-O-R-E, en la parte inferior de la pantalla y elija la interpretación de lenguaje o Language Interpretation desde la aplicación de Zoom. Este es un canal separado que le permitirá escuchar la interpretación del inglés al español en forma simultánea. Se les avisa que los servicios de interpretación no están disponibles cuando se llama por teléfono para escuchar el audio de nuestra reunión virtual. Nuestras intérpretes para la reunión de esta noche son Marcy Valdivieso y Claudia Lindgren. Marcy, por favor, traduce estas instrucciones en el canal principal en inglés para que nuestras familias que hablan español puedan escuchar las instrucciones.
Thank you, Marcy. Gracias.
De nada.
Instructions on how to participate in the meeting are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. Can we please start with an attendance roll call from Vera Morales?
Yes. Trustee Martin is absent. Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Here.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Present.
Trustee Water?
Present.
Trustee Hurtado?
Present.
Trustee Shunk?
Present.
Trustee Gracia?
Present.
Quorum present. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you for joining us tonight in our virtual Napa Valley Unified School District Board meeting, held exclusively online. We continue in uncharted territory as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank our employees, our families, and the entire NVUSD community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. This meeting tonight is in accordance with the open meeting rules in the state of California per the governor's order. I'm going to start tonight with some basic instructions on how we are going to be using Zoom and involve the members of the community. So far, 871. All Board of Trustees and the Superintendent are on video throughout the entire board meeting. Staff members are also present, but by audio only. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. During public comment, any member of the community that wishes to speak must raise their hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will be unmuted and will be provided 3 minutes to speak. There are 2 ways to make public comment within the time allotted for public comment on any eligible agenda item. The comment by video conference. Click the raise your hand button to request to speak when the public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comments. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions on how to raise your hand are available on the district website at nvusd.org/board. To comment by phone, you will be prompted to raise your hand by pressing *9. To request to speak when public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it is your turn to speak, the last 4 digits of your phone number will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comment. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions on how to raise your hand by phone are also available on the district website at nvusd.org/board. In addition, community members were allowed to submit comments via email at publiccomment@nvusd.org up until 8 a.m. this morning. Public comment received after 8 a.m. the day of the scheduled meeting will not be read into the record. However, the public comment will be announced as received after the deadline, and it will become part of the meeting archive as long as it is received before the meeting is officially called to order. For every agenda item, I will prompt the meeting participants who have joined us via Zoom for public comment. Please follow the instructions just provided when you would like to comment on an item. Before we begin, I would like to thank everyone for their patience as we continue to navigate this new technology. We have been called to order and conducted our attendance roll call. We will go forward with our agenda. I'd like to ask Trustee David Gracia if he could please guide us with the flag salute.
Certainly, be happy to do so. We need the flag put up, please. People will please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. So just an announcement that this meeting is recorded for live streaming and archiving on the district YouTube channel. Our next item is approval of special session of the agenda.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
I have a first by, was that Trustee Shank?
I made the first.
That David, thank you. Trustee Gracia, and second by Trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose, abstain? Great, thank you. All right, so, okay, so we're on to the next item. The next item is in regards to public comments on non-agenda items. We did receive comments via our public comment at nvusd.org. So the following public comments on non-agenda items were submitted before the board agenda. So I'm going to ask Trustee Jankowicz to please read the public comment received on non-agenda items.
Thank you. Elsie Erisman, Dear Board of Education Trustees, I recognize that first and foremost, the primary focus of this meeting is the safety of schools in the middle of a pandemic. However, we must also recognize that we are facing two public health crises at once, COVID-19 and gun violence. Just as parents are taking precautions to prevent their families from becoming exposed to the virus, it's crucial we take precautions within the home too, namely keeping firearms locked, unloaded, and separate from ammunition. As a parent of an incoming student and a concerned Napa citizen, I support the school district's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. It is imperative that NVUSD parents understand our responsibilities under the law and to the broader community to help keep Napa safe. Please adopt a policy to require information on responsible storage and associated laws, like child access prevention, be sent home with all NVUSD students as soon as possible. We need to expand our understanding of gun violence to include unintentional, fully preventable gun deaths that occur when adults fail to properly secure our weapons. We see this across our nation. We've seen it on the news. Earlier this month in Pennsylvania, a 13-year-old boy found a loaded gun in the living room couch while playing with his little brother and shot and killed him. He was 9. Or the 6-year-old unintentionally shot and killed with an unsecured gun at a 4th of July party. Or back in May when a 4-year-old was killed by an unsecured gun found by his older sibling. When adults fail to properly secure their weapons, children die. We also know that current pandemic conditions are exacerbating mental health issues amongst our youth. Unsecured weapons make a destructive impulse a permanent tragedy. With children home most of the time and parents multitasking, stressed, and possibly distracted, it's more important than ever to ensure that home environments are safe environments, which is exactly what we are here to do. Last year, the Los Angeles Unified School District sent a letter home notifying every parent in the school community of child access prevention laws and parental liability, reminding us to keep firearms locked, unloaded, and separate from ammunition. This is a common sense approach supported by our state superintendent of education, Tony Thurmond. He says, district and school administrators must help educate parents and guardians about California's child access prevention laws. It is a crime for a person to negligently store or leave a loaded firearm in a place where a child is likely to access it. We have an opportunity to lead here in Northern California. Napa can lead the way. I volunteer with Napa Valley Moms Demand Action, and we have some great resources and information we'd love to share. We know there are many solutions to find at the next meeting, and I hope this clear and simple step can be approved in time for the start of this school year. Second, Leslie and Pete Richmond. Dear NVUSD School Board, as a concerned Napa citizen residing in the Napa Valley Unified School District, I support the school district's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. It is imperative that NVUSD parents understand our responsibilities under the law and to the broader community to help keep Napa safe. Please adopt a policy to require information on responsible storage and associated laws be sent home with all NVUSD students as soon as possible. Thank you for your time. Monica Boyles. I agree with our state superintendent of education that district and school administrators must help educate parents and guardians about California's child access prevention laws. It is a crime for a person to negligently store or leave a loaded firearm in a place where a child is likely to access it. As a concerned Napa citizen residing in the Napa Valley Unified School District, I support the school district's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. It is imperative that NVUSD parents understand our responsibilities under the law and to the broader community to help keep Napa safe. Please adopt a policy to require information on responsible storage and associated laws be sent home with all NVUSD students as soon as possible. Catherine Green. As a concerned Napa citizen residing in the Napa Valley Unified School District, I support the school district's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. It is imperative that NVUSD parents understand our responsibilities under the law and to the broader community to help keep Napa safe. Please adopt a policy to require information on responsible storage and associated laws be sent home with all NVUSD students as soon as possible. Liz Russell. As a concerned Napa Valley resident, parent of school-aged children, and co-lead of the local Napa Valley Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America group, I support NVUSD's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. I am a survivor of gun violence and fully support the state superintendent of education's stance that district and school administrators must help educate parents and guardians about California's child access prevention laws. Knowing how one's life is changed forever after a gun violence incident, we must do what we can to spare children from the preventable tragedy of unintentional shootings that can occur when firearms are not safely stored. Educating NVUSD parents about the importance of safe and responsible storage of firearms is a crucial step to avoiding the tragedy of unintentional shootings. I urge you to adopt a policy requiring information on responsible gun storage to be sent home to parents of students in the district. Elena Adelson. As a concerned Napa Valley resident, the parent of a future NVUSD kindergartner, fall 2021, and a member of our local Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America group, I support the school district's adoption of a policy that would require information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students to educate parents of their responsibility under state law to properly secure any firearms they may possess. As a survivor of gun violence, I could not agree more with our state superintendent of education that district and school administrators must help educate parents and guardians about California's child access prevention laws. When I was a senior in high school, my cousin, a junior in high school, died by gun suicide because he was able to access a gun in his home in a moment of crisis. I know firsthand the immeasurable pain of a loved one taken too soon by gun violence. I understand that these are unprecedented times and that currently you are weighing many complex issues and decisions regarding kids' health and safety. We also know, however, that a policy requiring information on responsible gun storage to be sent home with students is a concrete, straightforward, relatively simple step that can save lives. Additionally, depression and anxiety are increasing in kids and teens, and the isolating pandemic conditions we're living through only make matters worse. I therefore politely urge you to take this request into consideration in the hope that critical life-saving information on safe and lawful firearm storage can be sent home with students at the beginning of this school year. Thank you for your time and consideration. Eric Bowen, this is a new non-agenda item for clarification purposes. Good morning. We would like to request that classroom placements be announced as soon as possible instead of during the week prior to the school year starting. This will allow parents sufficient time to coordinate care and at-home instruction arrangements based upon the approved school reopening options. Waiting until just prior to the first week of school adds unnecessary stress and uncertainty to parents and kids in an already very challenging time. And that concludes non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Trustee Jankowicz. I will now ask the public who does have comments on non-agenda items. I do see some hands raised, so you will be called if you are making a comment on non-agenda items. Manning?
Yes, Vice President Gonzalez-Mars, we do have several comments. Valerie Sarabolis Cole, I've unmuted your mic. You're allowed to speak. You there, Valerie?
Yes, no, I did not have a comment or question. I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
okay, Valerie.
I want to be clear with the public. This is not a community meeting, so there is no question. This is public comment at this time, so there will not be Q&A during this segment of the agenda, nor when we ask for comment on agenda items. So just to be clear.
Okay, Jill's iPad. You're allowed to talk. Jill, do you have a public comment on non-agenda item?
Jill, last call. Okay, thank you. Next one.
Christina Iovino. Christina?
Hi,
Do you have a
Christina.
public?
Yep. Sorry, Manny, I know we're managing this. Last call, Christina. Okay, thank you.
Christopher Chun? Go ahead,
Hi.
Christopher.
I wasn't able to join the meeting until about 10 minutes ago because you limited it to 500 when there's 17,000 students in Napa Unified School District. Will this be posted somewhere so that I can actually watch what happened?
Yes, this will be posted on YouTube, on the NVUSD TV YouTube channel by tomorrow afternoon.
And Christopher, just for clarification, the meeting started late, so you did not miss any part of the presentation at this time.
I mean, I tried to join at 6:58 and it was already at 500. So when did the meeting start?
Probably 7:25.
When the agenda items start.
So
Okay.
briefly, are we going back to school on August 20th or not?
Mr. Chun, the presentation will be delivered shortly. You have not missed the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Galaxy S9. You're allowed to talk on non-agenda items.
Thank you. So I'm not quite sure if they are on the agenda, but my main concern is my daughter who is allergic to antibiotics and has like more of a higher risk of being in school during the pandemic. Is there going to be something for children that their immune system is more, I guess you could say, compromised for them? I guess that's just pretty much what I want to go ahead and voice out. That's just my concern and see if maybe we can talk about that.
Okay. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Jill's iPad, raise your hand again. I don't know if we want to allow her to.
We need to proceed.
Yeah, I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Manny.
That concludes our public comments at this time. Vice President Gonzalez-Myers.
Okay. We are now on to the next agenda item as to why we're having today's special meeting. And item G is in regards to presentations and discussion items. So as of now, I'm welcoming 1,017 participants. So welcome to your school district board meeting. This presentation of item G1 is in regards to the 2020-2021 reopening of NVUSD schools plan during COVID-19. The Napa Valley Unified School District leadership team will present their plan and staff recommendation to the Board of Education for the reopening of NVUSD schools for the 2020-2021 school year during the COVID-19 pandemic conditions.
Great, thank you very much, Vice President Gonzalez-Mares. Mr. Ruiz, can we please get the presentation slides up on the screen? Thank you. So good evening, NVUSD community and trustees. Thank you for coming together this evening. This is absolutely amazing. It must be a record. We're at over 1,000 participants in tonight's meeting. So welcome to our special board meeting. We're here, of course, dedicating this time to a very important topic. We're here to present to the board and to the community the district's 2020-2021 reopening of NVUSD schools and presenting to you the reality of operating NVUSD schools during the COVID-19 pandemic. Tonight's presentation provides the comprehensive big picture as to how NVUSD will be approaching reopening schools this fall and our approach to operating schools in these pandemic conditions. Since our task force work launched on June 5th, many staff members have been working diligently on an in-person model that would be permissible by Napa County Public Health, adhering to safety and health guidelines for families willing to return to campuses physically, while simultaneously working on a virtual learning academy option for our families who would not be willing to return to school in person during the pandemic conditions. During these last 40 days, we have been building a model and a plan that would allow for parent choice. Tonight, you will hear from the assistant superintendents this evening who will share the planning and development that has taken place in order to receive students on our campuses safely when it is eventually allowed. Reopening campuses during a pandemic and ensuring systems and procedures are in place for employees and students to be safe is a monumental task. However, NVUSD is willing to take on the challenges. In fact, we've been living these challenges as an organization nonstop since Friday, March 13th. Since then, we've distributed over 100,000 meals, we've distributed thousands of devices, hundreds of hotspots to students who needed them, and creating memorable graduation experiences for the class of 2020 at 5 high schools, all during the pandemic. So over the last few weeks, we've gotten to work on building a plan for the fall. Our work has been focused over the last 40 days to build a 5-day in-person model with a vision for ensuring students would come to school daily, even if initially it was for a morning or afternoon session. Of course, all of these decisions are contingent upon the guidelines received by Napa County Public Health. As cases have dramatically risen in our county as the start of school approaches, which we know is very, very unfortunate and places challenges to our planning and implementation, we have found ourselves now facing more restrictive health guidelines, which include mandated social distancing 4 to 6 feet and mandates for face coverings in grades 3 through 12. Again, these are not decisions of the Napa Valley Unified School District, but rather mandates in sector guidance for schools by Napa County Public Health and the Napa County Office of Education. Thus, we are focused on the details of a 5-day week in-person hybrid model that allows students to come to school daily, but clearly with these more restrictive guidelines, it needs to be implemented in a way where we have smaller cohorts of students attending our schools when it is indeed allowed. Unfortunately, during the last week, it became apparent, despite the hard work of the last few weeks on this hybrid model, that starting in person the first week of school was not going to be a possibility, not because the Napa Valley Unified School District did not share this hope or prepare for this reality, as you will see in our presentation, but rather because of the public health conditions and the new public health mandates. We've received information from public health that has forced us to reassess the risk of students returning to campus for in-person school on that target first day of school, which was originally August 19th and now has been moved to August 20th. Some of these public health conditions include predictions around the height of hospitalization being reached in mid-August, continuous rising cases of COVID-19 in the county, public health capacity for contact tracing, which becomes critical during school operations, overall testing capacity, and the testing response turnaround time. All of these things will influence our ability to effectively and safely operate schools during the pandemic. In addition, in the last couple of days, we have also learned that tomorrow it is likely that Governor Newsom will be enacting a new statewide mandate due to the rise of COVID-19 in California and the impact and capacity issues with our healthcare systems across the state. We have learned that it is likely that schools that are within a county that has not been on the monitoring list for the last 2 weeks will be able to possibly reopen for in-person learning come the fall. However, Napa County has been on the monitoring list since last week, and it is unclear when our county will be off that list. Therefore, we have been guided to plan for a distance learning only beginning of school, and Napa County Public Health will indicate to the school systems when we are able to reopen after being off that list for 14 days. Thus, based on this very volatile week by week, sometimes day by day landscape that we are navigating during this critical decision-making process, the district has had to respond responsibly, prioritizing the safety and health of our students and staff while also ensuring educational access, while there are many variables outside of our control. So tonight, trustees, we present to you an adaptive, nimble plan that positions the school district to deal with the immediate short-term reality of this volatility that I've described, all while keeping our eye on the future, in which we aim to bring students back to our campuses when it's safe so that they can receive the socio-emotional support and educational enriching experiences that we know are hard to attain while they learn from home. So with that, we want to present and introduce this plan by illuminating these 4 phases that I will start with as the comprehensive picture of how we will approach the opening of our schools. Can you please advance the slide, Mr. Ruiz? So you'll see here on the screen that in order to deal with the volatility that I described, the district was very much focused on what is called phase 3, that hybrid in-person 5-day-a-week morning and afternoon cohort model, transitional kindergarten through the 12th grade. However, due to everything that I described and the likely statewide mandate that will come our way as soon as tomorrow, we are being required to start in a virtual remote format. So in order to respond to what the state mandates may be or the public health guidelines may be at any moment in time, we are going to be using this phase-in framework to guide our decision-making, keeping our focus on that phase 3 and hopefully reaching that phase 4. I'll quickly describe the phases, and a more detailed description will be coming from Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings, who will provide the details of the instructional models nested within this phase framework. But put simply, phase 1 will include robust distance learning for the families, students who are willing to eventually return in person when we are allowed. That's known as the in-person option, and you'll hear that through tonight's presentation. We use the adjective robust with a lot of intentionality to make it distinct from the experience that families and students had in the spring. In the spring, the district was in an emergency distance learning model. It was a reaction to a global pandemic with very little time to plan and prepare. We learned a lot from the spring. We've had the summer to prepare. And so the model for the fall will be distinct and different, improved, and of much higher quality for students and families. Thus, we label it robust to make that distinction. Our campuses will be open. Our facilities will not be closed. That is, of course, pending any emergency direction from public health. But our intent to date is that in phase 1, campuses will be open for student support services and student engagement opportunities. For example, students having the opportunity one-on-one to potentially come on campus and meet their teachers. Throughout this entire phased framework, we also have what we are calling the Virtual Learning Academy. And this option is for families who choose remote learning for the semester or potentially the year during these uncertain times. This academy, in many ways, will mirror the robust distance learning model for those who are willing to return in person when allowed. However, it's for families who want that long-term commitment, who just don't feel like they want to be part of this phased-in approach. and return to campus. Phase 2 is when we have clearance from public health, we're able to open up our campuses and start to have students come into our schools for in-class instruction. Phase 2 is considered sort of an intermediary preliminary phase. When we enact phase 2, it's because we're fairly confident that phase 3 is not too far away. It'll provide us the opportunity to transition from the robust model to the in-person model, but tread lightly before we start scaling systems and operations. So if a student or a family is assigned to a morning cohort, an AM cohort, instead of coming those 5 days a week, while the system is in phase 2, students will be told maybe to start by coming a couple days a week, for 2 to 4 weeks, for example, or during an upcoming month as the transitionary phase to getting to that phase 3. Again, please note the virtual learning academy continues in this phase because these parents, these students have committed to a long-term remote mode of learning. Phase 3 is the hybrid in-person 5 days a week in morning and afternoon cohorts for TK-12. This is where we hope to be able to get to if public health conditions allow. Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings will discuss the advantages, why we chose this form of hybrid versus other forms of hybrid learning that are out there. And as soon as we can bring in our students with that, with those large numbers, with the cohorts coming, 2 split cohorts morning and afternoon across our 28 campuses, we will. Please notice the Virtual Learning Academy continues in phase 3. And then of course, lastly is phase 4, when things begin to normalize and public health restrictions really begin to lighten. So that's the 4-phase structure. You'll hear about the different details and the different phases and the 2 options available to families later on in the presentation. So please proceed to the next slide, Mr. Ruiz. Our goal ultimately is, again, to get to this 5-day hybrid in-person AM/PM schedule when public health conditions allow. And like I stated in my opening, this was the intent of the team. This was the intent of our task force. We've been working collaboratively with our unions, with task force participants to be able to be prepared to enact this model, because as educational leaders and as a system, we understand how important it is to get our students back on our campuses, learning in person as soon as possible, but we want it to be safe. We want it to be safe. We want to ensure the health and safety of our students and our employees. The start date of the implementation of the hybrid in-person option for the families that choose that phased-in model does remain contingent upon public health conditions, and of course, all of the employee negotiations on the various safety issues that would be necessary when we begin to receive students in cohorts across our campuses. We remain hopeful about moving to the in-person model in Napa County across our 28 schools, but remain attentive to public health trends and safety guidelines always, since this is a global pandemic. Go ahead, Mr. Ruiz. So trustees, tonight, I'm going to start out with what our recommendation is, and then I will be turning it to my assistant superintendents who will be providing you the comprehensive detail that they've been preparing across the 4 divisions in order to enact this 4-phase model, but based on a public health recommendation and the potential mandate, the likely mandate that will come from the state tomorrow, given that Napa County remains on the watch list, we will be presenting to you the recommendation that NVUSD start in phase 1 and then move into phase 2 and 3 as soon as possible as the public health conditions allow, of course, with the ultimate goal of getting to phase 4. So now you will hear the presentation about how we got to this recommendation. You'll hear about the relevant work that is happening across the instructional services, human resources, business services, operational services, to implement the Operational Services Division to implement this plan for our over 17,000 students and nearly 2,000 employees. And so with that, I just want to thank everybody who's here tonight, so engaged. Thank you for your patience, your understanding, your support. Operating in this way has been incredibly challenging, and we're very, very grateful to be doing it in a community that deeply cares about its schools and the education of its children. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Dana Page, who serves as our Assistant Superintendent of the Human Resources Division.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti. So yes, you will be hearing from me tonight and also from the rest of the team, Pat Andrew Jennings, Mike Pearson, and Rob Mangawala. Mr. Rees, please go to the next slide. I just want to remind everyone that although we are working under the extraordinary circumstances of trying to operate in a pandemic, we are still following the goals of our strategic plan. And specifically, this has caused us to need to address how to provide learning, achievement, and access for students while also safeguarding student and employee health and safety. Next slide. Tonight, although I know a lot of people have tuned in specifically to hear details around the opening of school and the model that we will be following, we also would like to take some time to help everyone understand the thought process that went into and behind the recommendation that we brought forward tonight. We'd also like to share with you the work that has been accomplished so far in preparing for implementation, and share with you how the broader health context and the recommendations from public health officials and experts have been driving our work this whole time. And lastly, but not least, we would like to hear from our board on the direction that we propose to go. Next slide. This is a timeline that would be familiar to a lot of our staff and parents. It was sent out a few weeks ago. Some of the timeline dates have changed. Specifically, the August 19th start day was the start for students. We have moved that to August 20th, and we'll discuss that a little bit more later, but it essentially provides an opportunity to meet with staff and provide the professional development that's going to be necessary to implement this successfully. Next slide. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the journey of this decision-making process. It was my pleasure to co-facilitate the COVID-19 response task force with Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings. We met 4 times in this very ambitious and tight timeline. The task force was a diverse group of stakeholders, which included teachers, credentialed nurses, classified staff, managers, included a board member. We had representation from all of our bargaining units. We had professionals from elementary level, middle school level, high school level, both general ed and special education, and we had parents and students represented on this task force. We had tremendous participation and engagement from this group throughout the 4 meetings, despite the fact that it was a vacation for most of those folks. And I think this just illustrates the commitment of the people here in Napa Valley to the Napa Valley Unified School District students. Next slide. One of the things the task force started with was to ground ourselves in data. Specifically, we began by looking at the parent and student survey that was sent out towards the end of the school year. And at the time, the respondents indicated a strong desire to return to school and have students be in person for their learning. We also looked at staff interest from all of our bargaining units from NVEA, NAPS, and CSEA, who also echoed the preference to return in person, but also contained a lot of concerns around maintaining the health and safety of employees and students. We looked at the local and regional data at the time for COVID-19. We included information from health professionals to educate the group on the novel coronavirus, the characteristics of it, the symptoms, the risks, the spread, and the measures that we could take to help mitigate the spread of the virus that were endorsed by the CDC, state, and Napa County Public Health Department. We started with this data and we continued to review it throughout the process. Next slide. So as Dr. Massetti indicated, the the task force recommendation initially was to bring back as many students into the classroom as possible while adhering to public health guidelines to ensure the health and safety of students and staff. And that is how we just went to work at that point. Next slide. The task force, along with the recommendation, provided some guiding principles to help us with that work. They reminded us to plan and act with fidelity to the strategic plan to ensure access and equity for all students, and again, maintaining a focus on health, safety, and wellness. Again, want to emphasize that at the time it was a strong preference for in-person learning over distance learning as long as it was safe to do so. Next slide. Another note from the guiding principles is the last bullet, where the task force wanted us to be very aware and convey the message that whatever school design we had, whether it was in person or hybrid, it was going to be very different from what people were used to. So although we hope to bring students back in person, there was a strong recognition that school would be very different looking. Next slide. So this necessitated us getting to work, which we did. And predominantly we focused on preparing for the in-person model, one, because it was the recommendation of the task force, and two, because it was the model that required the most amount of change and intense modifications to schedules, facilities, and campus operations. Next slide. So in that 40 days of planning and preparation, which included our task force meetings and work group meetings, and additional opportunities through email, we received a lot of input from staff and from the representatives of those groups. We met with our partners and worked on this in-person model. Next. The other part of this model, as Dr. Massetti indicated, was the opportunity to provide choice for our parents. So at the same time that we had the in-person model that we were trying to prepare for, we also wanted to offer a choice to parents, which is present in our recommendation, and you'll hear more about that. We're calling it the Virtual Academy, and you'll hear more from Assistant Superintendent Pat Andre-Jennings. Next slide. So during this 40 days of work, we had a lot of updates that kind of trickled in as we went, and every time we needed to incorporate those new circumstances into our planning. So as Dr. Massetti indicated, along the way, and very recently, even as last week, we started to see infection rates in Napa County and throughout California increasing, and we had a much less favorable health trend to contend with. Napa County has, as most people know, reverted to more restrictions, and as Dr. Massetti indicated, it is very likely that it will include restrictions on the school as well as the other sectors that are already had some rolled back operations. We received along the way some more guidance from Napa County Office of Ed and from the Napa County Public Health Department, which required stricter guidance in schools, including a mandate of 4 to 6 feet distancing and face masks for all adults and students 3rd grade and older. Along with the downward trend, I would say, or the negative trend in the infection rates across California, this past week we've heard a lot of messaging from the California Teachers Association with some strong demands around health and safety measures that must be in place. And we have heard concerns from all of our bargaining units, and NVEA specifically, but from all of them around the expectations for making sure that employees stay safe. Next slide. I just want to share a little bit about those buckets that we have heard the concerns in and acknowledge them. There's kind of, I would divide them into maybe 2 different categories, but they're related. We've been hearing concerns for people expressing their confidence or lack of confidence in safety measures, as far as maybe not being clear on what the plan is. And a lot of that we're sharing tonight, and we'll follow up with a lot more additional information, but people express concerns about not knowing the plan, and even once knowing the plan, whether or not we would have the resources and the ability to implement everything that was in the plan. And finally, whether we were able to enforce the requirements in the plan, which, you know, we're talking about a lot of behavioral change for everybody, and including employees, students, and parents and visitors to our campuses. So a lot of concern about the enforceability of the plan. At the same time, as I mentioned, the public health environment was changing for the worse, and a lot of concern around the number and trajectory of cases, the testing availability, and the hospital bed availability. So we have to watch all these things. We can control in a large part the confidence and safety measures by being clear with our plans and demonstrating our implementation and showing how we're going to enforce. But as the health environment around us changes, there's not as much that we can do about that. So this is the reality that our employees are facing, and we've been hearing those concerns, and they have factored into our planning. So with that, I think Assistant Superintendent Pat Andre Jennings is going to walk us through some more details around the plan.
Thank you, Dana. Good evening, trustees and Dr. Massetti. We rely on public health to guide our decision-making. They are the experts in the field, and we want to ensure that that we follow the guidelines and to protect and ensure the health and safety of our students and staff. So recently, the Napa County Office of Education, in collaboration with Napa County Public Health, released guidelines specifically for the school sector. Next slide, please. This guidance was based on the organizing principles of preventing COVID based on the age group of students. For students in the elementary age, stable cohorts of students is the primary means to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Cohorts are groups of students and adults who stay together for the time period that they are on campus. For older students, an emphasis is on physical distancing and the use of face coverings. All of this is in an effort to prevent the spread of the virus. Next slide, please. The guidance we received from the Napa County Office of Education in collaboration with the Napa County Public Health spelled out the following requirements. So at all schools, that the distance between any teacher or staff desk be at least 6 feet from students, that students would need to have assigned seats to minimize contact and virus transmission. Also, air circulation in classrooms must be maintained either through open windows and doors or with ventilation systems running continuously to circulate air throughout the classroom. And that all staff would be required to wear face coverings while they're on campus. Next slide, please. There are also specific requirements for elementary and secondary schools. For elementary schools, stable cohorts would need to be maintained during the day. Students would stay with the same adult in the same group for the time they are on campus. Additionally, all students in grades 3rd through 12th grade would be required to wear a face covering. Students in TK, and transitional kindergarten through 2nd grade, would be taught and strongly encouraged to wear masks while at school. For middle and high school students, the space between student desks would be maximized, aligning with the philosophy, and all students would be required to wear a face covering while on campus. Next slide, please. Over the next few weeks, given the COVID-19, over the last few weeks, given the COVID-19 response task force recommendation, 2 options were developed. Option 1, the in-person learning option. In this option, families could select an option that would enable their child to come back to school once public health conditions allow. Our hope is that we will be able to quickly phase in this approach once public health indicators reflect containment. Option 2, the virtual learning academy option. is for parents who are uncomfortable with the idea of their child attending school at all during these pandemic conditions. These students may have a compromised immune system or have a family member with health issues or a family that simply doesn't want to take the risk of possible exposure to the coronavirus. I will share more information about this model later in the presentation. So what does this in-person learning model look like? Next slide, please. Given the requirements from public health, the recommendation from the task force, and alignment with our equity stance, an AM-PM model was developed. Why AM-PM? Well, in this model, all students receive 5 days of in-person instruction. This also allows for a phased-in approach with ample time to refine cleaning procedures and appropriately train and monitor the implementation of safety protocols. All eligible students would also be provided lunch every day. In this model, the AM-PM cohorts would be split by the alphabet, which would allow for families to be on similar schedules regardless of whether they have an elementary, middle, or high school student. Lastly, the AM-PM scenario may be familiar to some Latinx families since many Latin American countries have morning and afternoon school schedules. Now let's take a look at the schedules. Next slide, please. Here's a sample schedule for elementary. All of the times listed are approximate, as each site might have a variation due to transportation needs at the site. So there might be a wiggle room between 15-20 minutes between the schedules. Elementary students in the AM cohort would come to school from 8 o'clock to 10:30. The group of approximately 12 students would stay together for the entire time that they are at school. At 10:30, the AM cohort students would grab their lunch and head home. Students would be assigned additional work for when they are not on campus using either Seesaw or Google Classroom, which are familiar to many families because it was used last spring. During the 2-hour block between sessions, classrooms and restrooms would be cleaned and teachers would have lunch, collaboration, and prep time. At approximately 12:30, the afternoon cohort would arrive and have lunch and begin their instructional time. Next slide, please. For secondary students, the morning cohort of students are at school from approximately 8 o'clock to 10:45. Students would have 3 class periods during this time. The PM cohort would be at school from approximately 12:15 to 3 o'clock. Students would take lunch as they leave campus or eat lunch when they arrive in the afternoon. When not on campus, students would be given additional work through Google Classroom. The other benefit to doing, next slide, please. This chart shows how secondary students would progress through the week. A student would have periods 1, 3, and 5 on Monday, periods 2, 4, and 6 on Tuesday, and repeat that alternating schedule every day of the school year. This would result in a student having 5 class sessions over a 2-week period. By having only 3 periods during the day, it reduces the number of transitions and the time where students would be in contact with each other. Questions have come up regarding choir, PE, and band. Those classes would continue to be held, but we will be working with teachers in those areas to determine what could take place during the actual class time, given what we know about how the coronavirus is spread. We are also working on the details of the schedule for early flight at the secondary level. Next slide, please. We plan to phase the AM-PM model in and start with distance learning. I'm using the word robust because I want to distinguish between the distance learning that occurred in the spring when our teachers did an amazing job teaching from their own homes with limited materials during the initial crisis. Our robust distance learning for the start of the school year will have some significant differences. Next slide. First of all, for students, attendance will be expected and taken daily. There will be daily synchronized instruction for all students TK to 12. As well, there will be additional support for families at school sites by appointment. We will have had more time to plan a scope and sequence that fits with a distance learning or hybrid model, so the level of rigor and expectation will rise. And probably most significantly for our secondary students, students will earn grades for their work and effort. They will also receive feedback from teachers regularly. Next slide, please. We have also had time to be more thoughtful about the digital learning tools we need to implement an online program, and have added several new platforms that meet the needs of our English learners and students with individualized education plans, or IEPs. We have added a Dreambox Math for K-8, so that will assist us in giving personalized and individualized math support. Imagine Learning, which is a specific program for English learners that's online, that will help and support their development in learning English. iExcel and Unique Learning are very specific programs for our students with IEPs that will address their specific needs. Based on a student tech tool survey done at the end of the year by one of our teachers on special assignment and on teacher feedback, we have purchased full licenses for some additional tools. We received feedback from parents and students that we needed to engage students more actively in online learning. So we've added Pear Deck, Kami, Screencastify, and Edpuzzle to address this need. Next slide, please. When we closed schools in March, we were under a public health emergency, and the expectations for staff were different. Starting this school year with health safeguards in place, we are expecting our teaching staff to report to campus and teach from their classrooms. Our elementary teachers did a phenomenal job connecting with students every day during the spring. Now all teachers, TK to 12, will teach synchronously 5 days a week to meet the instructional minute requirements that will be shared later in this presentation. And similar to the spring, our instructional staff will be available by appointment to assist students. In general, there will be more accountability for students and for our instructional staff. Next slide, please. To prepare for a more robust distance learning model, we have planned training for site leaders, teachers, and families. The shift to online happened so swiftly that we were not able to prepare families as effectively as we wanted. Before school begins, we will hold several family learning sessions to assist families in accessing the different learning platforms and troubleshoot any issues that they may have. We will also train our site leaders and instructional staff on the best practices of online learning to increase student engagement. Our professional learning this year will focus on supporting teachers with the creation of teacher networks and communities of practice that will be designed and developed by teachers. We will also have, to support the use of rigorous curriculum, we will provide additional support through common content lessons, as well as a potential online platform. The schedule, as Assistant Superintendent Page mentioned, changed. The first day of school is now August 20th. We took the professional learning day that was scheduled for October 9th, and it's now going to be August 19th. And then students will have a regular day of school on October 9th. And if you look at the chart, you'll see that we'll do site leader training August 3rd through 7th. We'll do staff training and family learning sessions August 10th through the 14th. Those will be optional for staff, but we wanted to make sure that we offered them a wide variety of opportunities to learn some of the tools in advance. And then we'll have some of our essential trainings will be August 17th through 19th. And then we will continue the family learning sessions as well. Next slide, please. We recognize that not all of our parents will feel comfortable sending their children to school during a pandemic. Our new virtual learning academy is an excellent option for those families. Next slide, please. Even though there will be no in-person classes offered to students who are in the virtual learning academy, students will have assigned NVUSD teachers who will provide instruction, motivation, and personal attention. Families need to fully commit to virtual learning to the virtual learning academy for at least a semester so that we can ensure the appropriate staffing is available. Our virtual learning academy is a great alternative to homeschooling as it provides families with flexibility regarding scheduling. It will also be available for the entire school year, and families will be able to return to their home schools afterwards. Next slide, please. The Virtual Learning Academy will provide synchronous and asynchronous instruction, which will give families flexibility in scheduling. Every improvement that we have made in our robust distance learning model will be available to students in the Virtual Academy. Teachers will receive the same training and tools that our teachers working in the in-person model receive. Teachers will use current district curriculum with the additional support of online course materials. More details will be shared in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. These are our next steps for our instructional service division. As we know, most importantly, since the Chromebook equates to the classroom, we have to ensure that every child has a device and access to the internet. Since we ended so abruptly in the spring, many students have what I like to refer to as unfinished learning, also referred to as learning loss. We need to address the specific needs of students with IEPs and English learners in a distance learning format and implement the new platforms to increase their learning. These challenging times have also taken a toll on our students and staff in terms of mental health and well-being. A key component of the start of the school year is a strong implementation of social emotional supports and lessons for our students. Also, to support our families we have had ongoing conversations with our child care partners from Napa County Office of Education and the Boys and Girls Club. And we'll work closely with them to ensure that parents have options for childcare. Lastly, we will finish the development of the training schedules and share with staff and parents so they can be as prepared as possible for the start of this very unusual year. There are still many questions to answer, plans to make, and details to decide. The Napa Valley Unified School District's instructional team is ready, eager, and up for the challenge of launching this unprecedented start to a school year. I'd like to pause now and to see if there are any questions from the board.
Thank you, Pat. So the board, this is a time to look at the current slides we have seen so far and ask any questions.
I'm going to reserve my questions till I see the entire presentation. Thank you.
All right, hearing no questions, we can move forward. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's my turn. Vice President Gonzalez-Maras, NVUSD trustees, Dr. Massetti, NVUSD staff, and community, thank you for the opportunity to comment around operational services. Before I begin, I just wanted to first let everybody know that my staff and I have been diligently working to open up schools for approximately the past 2 months. And I need to express my deep appreciation to the employees who comprise the departments I oversee. Custodial, maintenance, grounds, food service, and transportation. Since schools were closed, my staff has suited up and been ready to do whatever is necessary to maintain our facilities, to be prepared, to be trained, as well as to prepare food and then deliver that food over the summer as well. So just wanted to give a huge shout out to all the operational team members and thank them all for the amazing work that they've done. So in thinking about what we need to do to get schools ready, there are 6 steps that we do. The first is to prepare the buildings, the buses, and the grounds and make sure that they're ready to receive staff and students. After that, we move on to preparing the workforce and making sure that the workforce is trained appropriately to receive students and knows all the procedures and things that we need to put in place because of the COVID-19. We'll talk about, we also will have, we'll work with staff on controlling the access into the school site because we want to make sure that our sites are safe at all times and we need to make sure that the community knows that the access is going to be different than it has been in the past. We'll help staff also create a social distancing plan that they will implement at each respective site. We'll discuss with staff how to reduce the touch points and increase the cleaning frequency. And then finally, and I think probably most importantly, is the communication. There's got to be communication for confidence. People know that what we're doing is that we're really clear on what we're doing, and that when we have issues, we are clear with what we're saying about that. But that there's a very robust two-way communication that is happening throughout this entire pandemic is when schools are open. So those are the 6 main steps. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I'm thinking about all this and having been and looking back at what my former occupation is 13 years as a site principal. It's very apparent to me that when we open up schools for staff and students, that sites are going to look and feel much different. And we all need to realize that sites are going to look and feel much different because of the necessary things we want to do to make sure that the health and safety of staff and students is put at the forefront. In addition, my role is to make sure that when we open up schools, that schools will remain open to the best of our ability. The last thing we want to do is have schools open and close and open and close. That's not healthy for anybody. And we know the social emotional well-being of not only students, but also staff will be compromised if we're opening and closing and opening and closing. So it's going to be important that when we do open, that we avoid that closing and opening as much as possible. And again, I cannot overemphasize the fact that the school sites are going to look and feel much different for staff. You can go to the next slide, please. What we've done as a department is we've made sure that we're aligning ourselves with the public health requirements with regards to the elementary school and the middle and the high school ones. Requirements that are outlined in the documents that have come out through the CDC, through the NCOE, through Napa County Public Health, through the California Department of Public Health. I'm here to tell everyone though that no matter how aligned our operational services are to the public health requirements and all the expectations and things that need to happen, there are 3 things we know that everybody needs to practice on a regular basis. Number 1 is good hygiene. Number 2 is social distancing, and number 3 is face coverings. Those 3 things are consistent around everywhere I've read and everything I've seen in order to maintain the health and safety of everybody. And so I need to make sure that people realize that we will do everything. We're doing everything in our power to have our campuses to receive our students and staff and maintain that safety and health. But we all have to follow through with those 3 common expectations. Next slide, please. From the custodial end of the facilities, there are really 3 things that we're doing and that we will continue to do. The first is a cleaning. And the cleaning is essentially using soap and detergent or soap and water to clean surfaces. That helps with getting rid of germs, but it's more of a superficial thing. The next part is a sanitizing. And so when you sanitize, it's more like using a disinfecting wipe. And then finally, the disinfecting standards is when we pull out things like certain chemicals through the EPA that we want to use to make sure that we kill the virus and kill other viruses that are out there as well too. So our staff is doing all 3 of those things currently as we speak, and our staff will continue to do those 3 things as we currently speak. However, it's going to have to be a shared responsibility by all school site staff when it comes to the cleaning and sanitizing. We just can't do that enough and as frequently as enough we need to throughout an entire school day. So we will need to enlist the support of everybody on particularly high-touch items and areas out there. Many staff already participated to do this as I've known as former site principal, but it will need to be something that we all jointly say to ourselves in order to make sure that health and safety of everybody's at the forefront. We're going to join our forces, and we're going to lock elbows, and we're going to make this happen. The deep disinfecting will be owned by our custodial and operations staff, and that will be happening on a nightly basis in classrooms and offices and in bathrooms. And we've also purchased and made a pretty large investment in some hydrostatic cleaners and sprayers that will be spraying a mist of chemicals at nighttime that are approved by the EPA, but really get all surfaces in a classroom, which will be very helpful to increase the level of cleanliness we have in that. And then finally, we will need to be training our staff in what's called the integrated pest management. And this is all staff that is required when you're using any kind of chemical. It's required by the EPA that you have training on your staff. I can go to the next slide. You'll see a few examples that are already occurring in classrooms as we speak. These are certain things you'll see that the electrostatic appliances being used, which are spraying either a Clorox material in the bathrooms or what we also refer to as HDCQT on the tabletops on things. And you can also use that as a pump sprayer as well too on that. If you can go to the next slide, please. From the maintenance standpoint, we're doing some facility modification. This is a picture of our business services office. That's our lovely Jennifer Hinson in business services. You can also see that she's practicing wearing a mask. I just want to note that. But the main thing, the feature to notice is that there's the plexiglass has been installed on that particular countertop there. And that type of plexiglass will be installed at all school sites in their main offices throughout the entire district. We are almost complete with that. In addition, we'll be installing signage indoors and outdoors to help out with directions and reminders for students and staff. Hand sanitizers will be put in classrooms. They'll be wall mounted for those that already don't have a wash basin. And then we are also exploring how we can convert our outdoor water fountains to wash basins as well too, to increase the opportunity for people with further hygiene. With our HVAC units, we'll be setting the economizer to 100% outside air, so we'll be flowing as much outside air into all classrooms. The systems fans will be running continuously on that purpose, and then we're improving our filters and our filter schedule to happen to change out on a more frequent basis on that. You can go to the next slide, please. Picture just so you know, we have boxes and boxes of filters. This is one example of the filters that have arrived already. The wall-mounted hand sanitizer is a picture of what we've ordered, and it has not arrived yet, but it is scheduled to arrive shortly. And in addition, we've also ordered workplace plexiglass shields. And these plexiglass shields will be for teachers and staff to use. They're semi-portable, but it's more when if they're meeting with the parent face-to-face, or if they're meeting with the student more closely, and they want to keep some distance between them, and they want to have a plexiglass shield in front of them. That would be advisable, because installing plexiglass in classrooms is not necessarily the easiest thing to do based on just the environment that a classroom exists in. Next slide, please. We've also have at least 2 months supply of personal protective equipment for all staff and students. And as you can see what's already arrived, there's some examples on the right-hand side of the masks. There's both surgical masks and cloth masks for both students and staff, thermometers, face shields, hand sanitizer, and then on the left-hand side are the boxes of all the material, all the personal protective equipment that has arrived that's currently in our warehouse waiting to be sorted on that. Next slide, please. When we talked about food service, our schedules are going to differ depending upon what phasing we're in. So we can move from a curbside to a classroom to a grab and go. Most of our food will be prepackaged boxes or bags of food due to the fact that it's more difficult to prepare, and we also won't have the time to do that. We can't use things like salad bars and things like that in the past that we have been able to use. We'll be encouraging students to mainly eat inside, but there will be some opportunities for outside too. And we'll be discussing with staff on the use of classrooms versus the cafeteria. Again, particularly at the elementary schools, and keeping the stable cohorts that Ms. Andrew Jennings already spoke to. And lastly, we'll be closely monitoring the USD and NSLP guidelines to ensure that we're in compliance with whatever's being down from the federal level, as well as the California level in regards to food services. I just want to make sure everybody knows that students are going to be fed, no matter the model, no matter whatever model we're in. We're going to make sure that food security, insecurity issues that students may experience will be minimal at best, because food will be delivered and provided for students on a daily basis, whether we're in the distance learning model, the phased-in hybrid, the hybrid, or obviously when we get back to 100%. And then finally, under transportation, next slide, please. We're working on the transportation schedules. We're also working on increasing our cleaning standards within all the buses, as well as the frequency, due to the fact that children will be riding on these buses on a regular basis. And social distancing we'll be doing is to the best of our ability on the buses. Fortunately, with the AM/PM model that has already been expressed, this will lend itself nicely to having social distancing happen on the natural, due to the fact that we'll be transporting less kids in the morning and less kids in the afternoon, because we're splitting them in half. I do want to remind everybody of a few things with transportation. We have 34 drivers in transportation. We transport approximately 250 special education students and 800 regular education students on a daily basis. So there's a lot of people, a lot of students to transport. We have 18 special education routes and 12 regular education routes, and we serve communities in Yountville, Napa, Lake Berryessa, and American Canyon. So we have a lot to cover, a lot of distance to cover, a lot of students to move. We're going to do our absolute very best to make sure that students who need our school bus transportation, that we will do that for them, and that we will obviously make sure that the buses are cleaned on a frequent basis, and that we're doing our best to do with social distancing on the buses. And then finally, on the next slide, please. One of the things we need to do to make sure that there's consistency from one school site to the next regarding school site safety is to have a plan. And so we have a template that we have almost finalized that we will be working with our site principals on filling out. The site principals will be doing walks throughout their campus to identify certain areas, directional things where they want to do, isolation rooms if they want to have, where, restrooms locations and things like that, so that there's consistency from one site to the other. It's going to be really important that we do have this consistency, so that every site, so that no matter which school a student attends, that every student and all staff will have a consistency from a safety standpoint at their particular school site. Once the principal will fill that out, the principal then will also be responsible for training staff on this plan. And I anticipate that the principals will be working closely with leadership teams at each one of their school sites to co-develop this plan. It won't be the principal operating in a vacuum doing this by his or herself. That, I believe, concludes my end of the presentation for the operation services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Can you go to the next slide? There are a plethora of budget considerations due to COVID-19. I have provided a great deal of information during my budget presentation where we adopted our budget. A great deal of additional information continues to come out. I will continue to provide information to the board and the community as we get clarity around the information. Some of the key points or information to discuss tonight are some of the budget considerations around a learning continuity plan. So there is a requirement that we prepare, with community input, a learning continuity plan that addresses learning loss and attendance. This plan will need to be adopted during the month of September over 2 board meetings. Also, one of the important factors is we are required to have face-to-face instruction to the greatest extent possible. And now when we talk about the greatest extent possible, we need to consider county health orders and also information that's coming out from the state. We do anticipate that we'll receive information from the governor tomorrow, where he will outline under which situation we're allowed to provide face-to-face instruction to the greatest extent possible. ADA, or average daily attendance, is frozen as of February 29th, 2020. As you recall, average ADA, or average daily attendance, is how schools generate their revenues. In the case of Napa Unified School District, this scenario does harm us, the way the language is written right now. Our ADA frozen as of February 29th does not include Napa Valley Language Association, or about approximately 633 ADA, or $6.3 million. We did welcome NVLA and continue to do that. However, we have the expenses, although we do not have the revenues at this point. So we are lobbying to have that fixed. We hope to have that resolved shortly. Teachers are required to take daily attendance. We will be using Aries for daily attendance. There are possible financial penalties that they're working on right now if we do not take attendance. There are minimum daily instructional minutes. And so the minimum daily instructional minutes, as they sit in Ed Code right now, are still required. It's between 180 and 240 minutes, depending on the particular grade level. The annual instructional minutes are not required. However, there is a requirement of having 180-day school year. So 180-day school year, which is what we typically offer, daily instructional minutes. The other thing is we must check in with students daily and follow up with students who do not attend after 3 days. This will also be outlined in our learning continuity plan. This concludes the business portion of the presentation. Mr. Reeves, next slide, please.
Thank you. So this is Dana Page, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources again, and I'd like to provide a little more detail around our preparations to support employees through the Human Resources Department. So we convened an employee health and safety work group, which divided our work essentially into 3 phases as well. So our first phase is on all the preparations necessary for every employee, regardless of position or where you work. We've developed a healthy workplace plan, which is an addendum to our injury and illness prevention plan that provides guidelines, recommendations, and requirements for employees regarding wearing personal protective equipment, keeping 4 to 6 feet distancing, procedures for health checks, the rights and responsibilities of employees in this environment, and more details on leave. This plan will be sent out to our employees tomorrow. You can take a further look at what we've prepared. And it has some additional links and resources in there regarding leave and some other tools that we'll be using. The other thing that the group has developed is a site department specific plan. So we have some things that will be consistent for all employees, but then we do have differences based on what department people are in or what site they are at. And those are divided into requirements. So as Mike Pearson said, we will have some things that are consistent, but we will also have some things that are recommendations that the individual sites and departments can select from based on their capability of providing those things, or options for providing a similar level of protection, but in the various ways that make sense for the site or for the work that's being done at that site. And finally, we are preparing a return to work online training that we will be delivering to all employees and requiring them to complete before the start of school, in addition to several other online trainings that they're already used to doing, like mandated reporter, and the one that Mike Pearson mentioned around the use of the chemicals for cleaning. So that's been a phase 1, and that work will be launching and being shared with employees as we move into the other phases of our work, which is to just work on some more specifics regarding the hybrid model, or the being at home distance to start with, and the different phased model. And then finally, phase 3 will be focusing on some employee wellness resources to put in place. Next slide. Thank you. We had a lot of questions about leave available to employees. So this is just a snapshot of some information that's being shared tomorrow with our employees. And it's a reminder of the additional leave that's available that was put into place specifically to respond to issues related to COVID-19. But employees also have their regular sick leave available, personal necessity and vacation. There is also the possibility of using extended sick leave and potentially workers' comp, depending on the situation. Leave is rather complicated, and of course, HR is always ready and able to assist people with their questions, but the information I'm sharing with tomorrow will help give people kind of a baseline understanding of what's available to them. Next slide. Next slide, thank you. So in any phase that we are in, we're going to have some questions about staffing. Who has the ability to return will be the #1 question. And for various reasons, we're going to have a segment of our employees who are unable to return, or will need to be able to have some accommodations. We do have in place a process called the interactive process, which is initiated with a doctor's note and gives us the opportunity to work with our employees and see how we can reasonably accommodate their return. But we may have some employees who are not able to return. We also need to prepare for potential absences that may increase as we become more in person, and how we're going to respond to that as cases rise and as potential for our employees to become infected and need to take time off. We're going to have to closely monitor our ability to not only have people return, but have people stay and be healthy and able to work. And with that is the question of the substitutes that we will have available. So it becomes complicated based on the different phases that we're in, but we will always have to prepare for potentially replacing a teacher in the short term, and we'll need to have an adequate number of substitutes available. So we're working on that. Our next steps are to address some of these issues and also to work with our bargaining units on the specifics of MOUs to address the new working conditions and some provisions that will help make it easier for employees to return to work. We mentioned childcare as a top issue for our employees, and we'll continue to work with our bargaining units to determine what we can do and work together in order to implement all of these things. And that is it for me.
Next slide, Mr. Ruiz. So hopefully through tonight's content, the Board of Trustees, along with the community attending this evening, are able to see the hard work that's been led by the assistant superintendents across the 4 divisions. It is very clear that we've had to pay close attention to health and safety, educational access, and constant evaluation of risk changes week to week, and like I said, sometimes day to day. It's evaluation of risk changes in factors of which many are out of our control. Proceed. So our commitment is to flexibility and adaptability. During this time, NVUSD must be nimble and flexible. We're in a pandemic. The pandemic is going to have its rises, it's going to be rising, falling, and we have to be responsive to those waves. Go ahead. So just to kind of bookend the presentation as a reminder for the trustees and for the community, because you've had to process lots of content, we believe the anchor to that flexibility is this phased re-entry approach, depending on the public health conditions. I know that many school districts across California have taken recommendations to their school boards around opening in the fall in the distance learning format. And we believe that the Napa Valley Unified School District is distinguishing itself from other school districts in an attempt to be effective and responsive to what we believe is the hope of the majority of our community, which is a safe return to school in person. However, as we will learn probably tomorrow and it'll be confirmed, being on the watch list doesn't allow for us to get to that desirable phase immediately. And so we are bringing forth not a recommendation to just start in the fall in a distance learning format alongside a virtual academy for parents who make that long-term choice, but rather that the school board tonight approve this phased in model so that we are prepared. We start with distance learning because it is what the pandemic, public health, external forces are asking of us as an organization, that we execute on that phase with improved quality and strong commitment towards educational access for our students. And as soon as those external forces or barriers get out of our way, we quickly move into phase 2 and phase 3 as we evaluate the risks and determine that it's safe. And we can again pay close attention to safety, health, all while ensuring educational access in the in-person format. Go ahead and proceed. So I reminded everyone this is our goal, the phase 3 of the hybrid in-person that Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings so eloquently described. However, tonight's recommendation, if you could proceed to the next slide, Mr. Ruiz, is a recommendation, again, that we start in phase 1, move into phase 2 and 3 as soon as the public health conditions allow, and phase 4 remains our ultimate goal when it is safe, because as your NVUSD district leadership team, we've conducted a lot of hard work to prepare for that in-person opportunity when it is here. Next slide. So next steps for NVUSD families. I know there's close to still 1,000 participants in tonight's meeting. We're so glad that you were responsive to the messaging that we sent out. We know there's many employees participating tonight as well. You know, tonight is not a community meeting. The purpose of tonight was to present the comprehensive plan, have the school board adopt this phased-in approach recommendation. And there will be avenues for both employees and families to learn more specific information. So don't feel like this is your only opportunity. For families, they will be receiving waves of parent communication. We have a strategic communication action plan around the reopening of school. We launched that earlier today. And we will continue to send waves of communication via our Parent Square parent communication platform. And so we ask that our parents stay tuned. We know there's going to be more questions now that you have the options, the information, the phased-in framework. We understand that sometimes more information causes more questions. However, please be patient. We will continue to distribute information. Early next week, we will have a district webpage with detailed information for families, also a subpage of that focused on employee needs, and we will include a frequently asked question. So again, we will communicate when that material is ready. It is important to know that we will be asking our families to complete an enrollment options form. We ask that you let us know if you are an in-person phased-in family who's willing to sort of move through those phases as the public health conditions allow, or if you know that you are a family that will opt for the long-term virtual academy option. We ask that families, once they metabolize and consume the information that the district sends over the course of the next week, that they sit down as a family, make that decision and choice. That data is absolutely critical for us to be able to determine finalize our staffing assignments for this unusual start of the school year. And I do want to remind parents that there are Zoom meetings. We announced those today, next week. So please know if your questions didn't get answered through tonight's comprehensive presentation, we will be digging into more sort of parent relevant detail, the schedules, the distinction between the two program options, so that you feel that you're making an informed choice for your child in the 2021 school year. Employees similarly will also have engagement opportunities. Many of our certificated teachers right now, for example, are on vacation. Of course, these are voluntary, but we will continue to create those opportunities in partnership with our labor unions, despite the fact that we're in the summer months. All right, next slide. I think we're at questions or comments. And so I will toss it over to Vice President Gonzalez Mares. I do just want to take a quick moment to thank my assistant superintendents. They have been leading extraordinary work across the divisions. I hope that the presentation, its thoroughness, its thoughtful framework demonstrates the hard work that they've been leading. And so all of the work groups, just the shoulder-to-shoulder work with the different staff members, being responsive to lots of constructive feedback. We clearly, in a situation like this where there's no perfect solution, you get bombarded with lots of constructive feedback in a broad spectrum of opinions, and they've been able to absorb that and translate that to be able to present this framework for reopening schools in NVUSD. So we are here to continuously serve and provide leadership and guidance as we navigate these extraordinary circumstances. So I want to thank everyone for their time and attention this evening. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez Mares.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti and Assistant Superintendents. I think time and time our community has proven over and over with all the disasters that we have to deal with, how resilient we are. And in that, our school district showing how resilient we are as well as a team. This is a time for me to ask our trustees if they had any questions on the presentation, anything to get clarified. Just to remind you, we are going to go into public comment, and then we're going to go into discussion if you want to make your final comments then. So we can kind of divide the tasks as such. So any questions on the slides?
I had one quick question. We indicated that we're doing food for our students, and I was wondering if a decision had been made about whether that's going to be for all students or if it will return to just the neediest students.
Yeah, Trustee Gracia, we're exploring that as we speak to determine what is available and what we got to offer students. Ideally, if I had my preference, I'd like to be offering food to all students, but it will be predicated by USDA and NSLP regulations. But as soon as we know, we'll make sure to inform everyone. Thank you.
I have a quick question. If public health mandates a situation where we've moved into a certain phase and there is a shift from public health, what is that pivot time? How quickly can we, let's say we went to a phase 3, there's a surge in cases, we have to pivot back. What are we looking at for that kind of turnaround time?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Jankwitz. We've sort of thought through some of those scenarios with colleague superintendents in the Valley, Dr. Nemko at the Napa County Office of Education, and Dr. Relucio in our ongoing meetings. There's not sort of a firm timeline, but it does depend sort of again on some variables. If there were to be a breakout, testing availability, testing result turnaround time. We anticipate, and this is just a tentative prediction, something like 72 hours potentially to scale back and forth. That's what's been kind of loosely discussed. But, we're still kind of working through those procedures and protocol in partnership with the Napa County Office of Education and Napa County Public Health. That kind of falls in the realm of human resources under Ms. Dana Page as well. So don't have an exact answer, but
just a broad-based was fine. And Mike, also there are certain school sites where we offered breakfast services previously. Are we still going to be able to keep that service or no?
Trustee Jankwitz, are you referring to what we were doing in the summertime or?
No, during the normal school year.
Yeah, the goal, minimally what we will be doing is providing our breakfast and our lunch options. But to speak to what Trustee Gracia is mentioning, we are exploring the opportunity the possibility of being able to provide food for all students. So that would be the most desirable, but minimally we would be doing breakfast and lunch for students.
And Mike, this may fall under your bailiwick. If we matriculate to a phase 2, phase 3 situation, will students be allowed and teachers be allowed to conduct classroom activities outdoors 6 feet apart to kind of expand the idea of the classroom should we be in phase 2 or phase 3? Yeah,
I think that's in a variety of different realms here, but most definitely everything that I read out there and we all read is that to move any sort of classroom instruction outside would be acceptable, but there would have to be high coordination on each site to ensure that there's not mixing of groups and things like that, particularly elementary because of the cohorts we're going to be establishing. But yes, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question on the 2 options. If midway a parent decides to then switch to the in-person mode, midway meaning midway to the semester, is that possible? Or can they switch after a semester?
Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings, can you please answer that question?
Yes, ideally we would like parents to make a semester-long commitment to the Virtual Learning Academy just because of the staffing considerations that go along with that. And also if we're in-person, it may be the same thing in terms of staffing, that there might be an issue with adding an additional child to a classroom.
The consistency is important.
The consistency is important. And I also think just the idea of a semester-long commitment if they select the Virtual Learning Academy. And both programs will be high quality. They'll have the similar supports.
To elaborate, this is not exactly your question, but it is a question that I have fielded several times. if parents do choose the Virtual Learning Academy, there was a question and/or fear if they are disenrolling from their local current site. Parents, it just depends how the numbers sort of play out, how many students and teachers are assigned to the two options and models. But what we do want to reassure families is that when this is all over, they do not lose their enrollment position at their whether it's their home school or their choice school. We are developing systems, tracking systems in order to ensure when this is all over, because if you choose virtual, there does not have to be a worry that you will not have access to what was your school before all this happened. So.
And the consistency between the distance learning, the academy, and then if we move into a phase where we allow in-person in the curriculum will be ensured by some of my parents are concerned that by changing teachers, there might be in different parts of a curriculum.
You want to clarify that, Assistant Superintendent?
Sorry.
Yes, I can clarify that. Our goal is to have pretty tight alignment between what's happening with the virtual academy and what is happening in the in-school model or hybrid model. That said, I think it would be similar to any student switching a class in the middle of a semester. There might be a difference in where a teacher is at. I mean, we'll do our best to ensure that there is tight alignment, but there probably would be some transition between going from one to another. And as Trustee Waters probably can attest, teachers all teach a little differently, and so it could be just a very different experience.
Thank you.
Will there be an opportunity for in the kind of I think it was in August where you had those training sessions. Will there be the opportunity for, let's say, second grade teachers across the board from all the different school sites to have conversations with each other about strategies, how to execute the curriculum, consistency? Does it work that way, or is it much more individualized per site? How do those conversations take place?
Our plan is to develop what's called teacher networks or communities of practice that would run throughout the year, that would bring together teachers of the same grade level across school sites or the same content area across school sites. And that serves multiple purposes. It allows for teachers to support each other. It allows for best practices to be shared district-wide.
Consistency of curricula.
And curriculum as well. I mean, there are multiple benefits to providing an opportunity for teachers to come together across districts that are in similar content or grade levels.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
I was also getting some questions from parents around our special programs, like our IB programs and so on. How did those programs, I guess with the curriculum, they'll continue just in a different format, Pat? Is that the thought?
For the special programs, like when I think of like dual language or IB, those are very unique to those school sites. So are you thinking of in terms of across school sites or?
Yeah, or just those school sites that have that. I keep thinking of parents that are in those their kids are in those particular programs. Or is it just with now the new, the two options, is it just, one curriculum, or are those programs also being offered at those particular sites?
Well, for International Baccalaureate, and I think of Bel Air Park, they use district curriculum. And so that part would be similar, whether they might have a sort of different way of teaching it or addressing it, or how they scope and sequence it, but it would be a similar standards, similar curriculum. the dual language schools would have alignment, between NVLA, now that we have NVLA and Pueblo Vista. But if a parent chose the virtual academy, we wouldn't be able to offer like an IB track or a dual language track in the virtual academy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
I do have one. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, David.
All right, I've got one. I had some parents that were concerned about whether or not there will be socialization for their kids if they choose the virtual academy. Will that be something that is available to them?
Yes, it just in terms of, and that's actually part of any distance learning program as well, is that they would have synchronous learning time every day. And during that time, part of that would be some social emotional class, sort of esprit de corps kind of time as well. So that would be, they would have synchronized learning time with the same group of kids.
So they'll have daily interaction with their teachers?
Yes, they would have daily interaction with their teachers in the virtual learning academy.
Trustee Grassi, I'd like to elaborate there because some questions have already, I'd say that's an initial wave of questions. Initially, while we're in phase one, there's a strong parallel between the Virtual Learning Academy and the robust distance learning model. So there's a lot of parallel there, and so the distinction becomes that the Virtual Learning Academy continues throughout phase 2, 3, 4, and remains in that format, while the distance learning in person family students who opted for that will start to, hybrid in. And so in phase 1, there will be lots of parallel and similarity between what the system is experiencing.
So is it safe to assume we're going to spend a little bit of time the first day or two of school like we would a year ago, sort of establishing classroom norms and expectations, just because things are so very different this year? But I think most teachers spend a little bit of time outlining what's going to be covered this year and sort of classroom behavior. I can imagine, we'll spend time saying, log in a few minutes before your start time so that you got your technology sorted out and you've connected, and we're not spending the first 20 minutes of a finite amount of time sort of getting everybody into the virtual schoolhouse.
Yes, that is correct. And actually we're working on some training for teachers around building classroom culture and climate in an online environment. And just as you would do in an elementary class, your rules and procedures for how do you line up, and teachers will have to teach the same for Zoom or Google Meets. How do you, what is the behavioral expectations during class time? Your, camera on, raise your, use the hand raise, whatever those may be. And we'll provide, and many teachers implemented those back in the spring. But I think it'll be very similar in terms of going over classroom rules and expectations and building classroom culture.
What sort of data or metrics do we need in conjunction with Napa County Public Health, either from them or we need to provide to them so that we mutually, public health and the school district, can calibrate our responses during school year 2021?
Do you mean metrics for moving through the phases, Trustee Sean?
Well, there's that. There's just, we provide some unique opportunities for public health to monitor the health of the community, because if we get a higher absentee rate in our schools, that's a leading indicator for public health to say there's something going on. Maybe we need to look at our public health capacity. And what do we need from them as far as calibrating where we are in the phases? I just want to make sure that we have the data systems in place to provide public health with what they need, and that we aren't, that we get from them what we need.
I appreciate that. Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala and the data services team that works in his office, I think he shared it more from sort of the financial angle, but attendance accounting, there's going to be increased accountability around attendance accounting as he shared. And I know him and his team are right now currently building, what are going to be those sorts of structures. To your point and question, I think it's, well, then what do we do with the data as we gather it, and how can we engage in a reciprocal dialogue with Napa County Public Health to utilize the data we generate in juxtaposition to the public health data that they provide countywide to determine, to make decisions, informed decisions. And so I'm absorbing that as a suggestion because you're of
That's
course,
fine.
You're always about 50 steps ahead and very sophisticated in your thinking, especially when it comes around data. So I appreciate that, and I've noted that. So thank you very much, Trustee Shunk, for that meaningful question.
To what extent have we thought about partnering and how we can make use of existing partnerships, On the Move's Parent University, the PTAs, ELAC, to provide more support to our parents than we were perhaps set up to do in the spring?
Pat?
Yes, I think now that we have a firm direction that we're moving in, and we can start to work with our community partners to see how we can provide more additional support to families. I've been in ongoing conversation with the Napa County Office of Education that runs our before and after school programs around what's possible, and they are available and willing to assist in whatever way is needed. And then also with the director of the Boys and Girls Club, with them as well, same thing. They are ready and willing to assist our families to provide the support that they need for childcare.
And is it safe to assume the TKK parents coming in and anybody who's managed to enroll over the summer is already signed up on Parent Square, since that's one of our primary mechanisms to get information out to meet people in a sort of constantly evolving set of circumstances?
When they enroll, Trustee Shunk, they do provide an email, and it's the email that's put on the enrollment form that we then use for Parent Square distribution of family newsletters and whatnot.
Okay, great. I think that's it for me. I think Cindy wants to.
Ooh. Yep. Well, I was the board member who got to sit in on 12 hours of meetings where we planned for a reopening, and this is a little bit deflating, but it shows that we are, what's the term, nimble and flexible. And I think that I just got a couple of comments. I know Mr. Pearson and his team are working very hard. This is going to be a lot of work. I like the emphasis on communication with our parents. We can't forget that. We're going to have to keep that up because it's also new. The family sessions in August are good. That's great. We should probably have them all the time anyway. One thing, I'm glad you addressed the business about the virtual academy and then the online school, because, they are congruent. One is not inferior to the other. I just wish, I'm a little sensitive to the term learning loss. It sounds so grim, and things are bad enough already. And, there is a way to reverse that, isn't it? Isn't it? There is a way to reverse that. It's easy. It's cheap. Huh? Isn't it? We know what that is, right?
Books.
Huh? Yeah.
Reading.
Read a book.
Read books.
Read a book. I mean, that's it. Over and over, research has said a student reads a couple of challenging books over the summer, vocabulary is improved, gains a great deal of general knowledge. It's a big help because there is that fall off even when we're not in a pandemic. And there's ways to fix it. Now, this is something that does not have to be permanent. Thank you. That's it. You know, I guess we're ready for the questions, and I recognize some people who want to speak.
So the next stage is our public comment. Before we get started with public comment, I'm going to ask Trustee Jankowicz to read any public comment that was submitted via email.
The first is from Lisa Gottfried. Importantly, on May 17th in Israel, it appeared the virus not only was under control, but defeated. Israel reported only 10 new cases of COVID in the entire country that day. In the US, the debate often is about reopening schools where the disease is not only not in decline, but surging. According to the on June 3rd, 2 weeks after schools opened, more than 244 students and staff were found to test positive for COVID-19. According to the Education Ministry, as of July 2nd, 2,026 Israeli students, teachers, and staff have contracted COVID-19, and 28,147 are in quarantine due to possible contagion. The source of this infection explosion can be seen clearly in the numbers from June. 1,400 Israelis were diagnosed with the disease last month. Of those, 185 caught it at events such as weddings, 128 in hospitals, 113 in workplaces, 108 in restaurants, bars, or nightclubs, and 116 in synagogues, which is to say 47% of the total were infected by the coronavirus in schools. Gali Rahav, who chairs the Department of Infectious Diseases at the Sheba Medical Center in Tel Aviv, said in an interview, "What happens in schools is just too much gathering, day after day, and the kids come home and infect mom and dad. The top numbers of new infections were in kids." Dr. Arnon Afek, who is helping manage Israel's coronavirus response, played down the outbreak, saying a spike in cases were expected when schools reopened. It wasn't a surprise, he said. It also happened in South Korea and Singapore. Data also points to increased transmission in Germany and Sweden. Prevalence surveys conducted by the Swedish Public Agency found that the antibody prevalence in children and teenagers was a 4.7% compared with the 6.7% in adults aged 20 to 64 and 2.7% in adults aged 65 to 70. The relatively high rate in children suggests that there may have been significant spread in schools. If we expect a spike in cases with the reopening of schools, why expose so many people in Napa unnecessarily? We can do better with distance learning through real and meaningful grading and accountability measures, training to increase online engagement, and extra support for those students who need it. We can gear our curriculum toward the needs of students learning from home instead of emergency teaching like we did in the spring. To address the argument that kids need to return to school for social and emotional reasons, there is little evidence that the learning in school will be any better than distance learning. Teachers cannot even come over to a student, look at the student, work together, and discuss how it could be better. We will need to keep our distance. This excludes any social-based activities from our teaching tool belt, all group work, any collaborative time, discussion time, and shared class materials. It would be better to continue with distance learning and put all of our planning resources into making that best possible experience for teachers and students. It will save lives. Let us learn from Israel's data. We cannot open school safely in August. Sarah Featherstone. My name is Sarah Featherstone. I have 3 children in NVUSD. One is in elementary and 2 are in high school. I do not feel safe enough to send them to school with the numbers rising. In addition to being a Napa parent, I am also a preschool special education teacher. I've worked as an adult early child educator for 18 years and as a special education teacher for 2 years. In my experience, preschoolers are particularly at risk for spreading germs. They are often sick and need to be sent home in the best of times. Young children with disabilities particularly have a hard time with understanding the concepts related to spreading germs. It's too abstract of a concept. As a teacher, if I was forced to have in-class instruction, my day would consist of policing young children to stay away from each other, to wash their hands constantly, and put their masks on. If we were to return to in-person learning in August, I will be putting myself at considerable risk. as well as my family members. Young children, and particularly children with disabilities, are going to have a very difficult time wearing a mask or understanding the unnatural need for 6 feet of distance. I understand that online education for preschoolers is absolutely not ideal, but the alternative causes far too many risks for it to be a viable option at this time. Thank you for your consideration. Shayna, I'm sorry there's no last name. Oh, or so. As I read the email outlining the plan and 2 choices for my children for the next academic year, I am saddened and worried. I was hoping for a robust plan that balances the health and safety of our children and teachers with the learning needs of our children. One of my children has heart disease. It is not safe for him to return to in-person learning. However, he is an engaged learner, always on honor roll, and learns best when he can ask questions in the moment. His sister is in a dual immersion program. She needs to be speaking, reading, and writing Spanish with her teacher in class in order to learn. We are an English-speaking household. Having a virtual learning option that is described as students enrolled in the academy will have daily access to NVUSD teaching professionals, but will work primarily independently through a virtual online curriculum, massively misses the mark of what is needed. I want more from NVUSD. The virtual learning environment that was implemented for the end of this school year was as close to an in-person experience as possible while keeping teachers and children safe and healthy. I am asking that same virtual model be an option for this school year. My son's diagnosis of heart disease makes in-person learning for him and his sister not an option. Tiffany Kelly. My email is in response to the email received by all NVUSD families. The distinct lack of a plan for our children is staggering and terribly disappointing. Please consider working to get the youngest grades back to in-person learning as soon as possible. My 6-year-old is capable of self-guided distance learning. He needs constant supervision and help. My husband and I work full time, so this is not an option for us. Our children need us to do better. And that concludes that segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jankowicz. Before we move forward to public comment and opening that, seeing that we have hundreds of participants and roughly close to a little over 900, we are going to rely on one of our bylaws for our meeting procedures, and that's bylaw 9323B. And this gives us the ability to limit questions on a topic to 20 minutes. But we're not going to do that. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what the bylaw states. And we want to support the community's engagement and input that we have tonight, and welcome all of your comments. And just to remind everyone, any questions asked, we will not be able to answer those directly. However, as Dr. Massetti and Assistant Superintendents mentioned, a robust Q&A has been done, but any questions that you make doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to be addressed, but we take those into consideration. With this said, we will limit comments to 2 hours on the topic of the reopening. I think with what we see of raising hands, that might allow us to get through everyone. And then you'll hear me around 10:30. Just put a stop to a meeting because we have to extend. We have to have a motion to extend our meeting to go on beyond 10:30. Okay. That being said, let's go ahead and get started. And it's my understanding that we have union representatives in the call participating. So I know Mr. Reese is going to cue our representatives from the union. I believe Gail and Leslie are here.
Yes, Vice President Gonzalez-Mars. So I will initiate the public comment. We'll start first with Gail Young. Go ahead, Gail. Your mic has been unmuted, or you'll have to unmute your mic.
Hello, all. This has not been an easy process. The rules are ever changing, and I wonder what the governor will say tomorrow in his briefing and how it will affect us. I'd like to thank the members of the task force and the task force work groups. Your thoughtful consideration and ideas of how we deliver instruction to the students in our community during a global pandemic is so appreciated. As president of Napa Valley Educators Association, representing teachers, counselors, and nurses, I am happy that the health and safety of employees and students has been a priority. I think a bifurcated system with a phased-in in-person model and a virtual academy will meet the needs of both employees and our community. Our NVEA, NVUSD Council, and the other bargaining units will continue to work diligently on the supporting details that we all need. There are many, and they can't be done all at once. Please be patient as we work through this. Thank you, district leadership, for your guidance in moving this forward and to your commitment to interest-based problem solving. Involving the interests of all stakeholder groups in the process and design makes a better plan. Trustees, I bet you've had more emails than I have. Thank you for your dedication to do what is best for our organization and our community. It's not an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
All right, we'll go with Leslie Walder. Leslie? You've been allowed to speak. You just have to unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Vice President Gonzalez-Mares, NVUSD trustees, Superintendent Musetti and Cabinet, and members of the NVUSD community. I'm Leslie Walder, President of the NAPS Bargaining Unit through Napa Valley USD. Since the afternoon of March 13th, the date that NVUSD determined it would recommend to the board the closing of school facilities due to the spread of the coronavirus, district leadership has consulted with the leadership of its bargaining units. Through the balance of the spring 2020 school term and into the summer, Dana Page of Human Resources has convened biweekly meetings with the NAPS board and with Terry Lynn Rossetti, Director of Special Education, to collaborate and communicate with us on the issues faced with distance learning, and since mid-June to report on the progress of the COVID-19 task force and its work groups and planning for fall 2020. More importantly, we've been able to represent the interests and concerns of our membership related to safely fulfilling their respective job responsibilities and service to students. Thanks to the ongoing work of NVUSD leadership across multiple fronts, the COVID-19 task force and its work groups, and the lead taken by NVEA leadership in its conversations with the school district, there is a multi-phase school reopening model proposed that provides a framework within which our members can safely return to the workplace under applicable health guidelines. Our NAPS board will continue its meetings with Human Resources in the coming weeks to refine those accommodations for a return. On behalf of the NAPS board, I wish to acknowledge NVUSD leadership, the COVID-19 task force and its volunteers, and this board for tackling the Herculean tasks that have fallen to them in responding to the coronavirus pandemic and its disruption of life as we knew it. I also wish to thank the many members of our unit who have researched and shared creative solutions, alerted us to professional resources, and let us know their concerns for health and safety so that we can advocate on their behalf. We are grateful that we are part of an organization that values the input and collaboration of its employees to fulfill their roles in service to its most important constituent, our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walder.
Okay, let's go with Remy or Reem. Go ahead, Remy, you are allowed to talk. Would you like to make a comment?
I think their mic is muted, so they need to unmute their mic. Okay. I think I'm going to make that a last call. You can always return and raise your hand again. All right, Mr. Rees, let's go to the next one.
Okay, D. Murphy. D. Murphy, you're running an older version of Zoom, so you'll need to upgrade your app before I can allow you to speak. So you'll have to leave the meeting, upgrade the app, and then rejoin if you'd like to make a comment.
They can also call in Mr. Reese as well as an option.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It's been difficult for people to call in. The line has been consistently busy, just to be aware.
Okay. Emily Bryden. Go ahead and unmute your mic and then.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. One of my greatest concerns, oh, now I can't see what I just typed it out and it's giant now. I'm gonna exit view screen. Okay. One of my greatest concerns is regarding the AM/PM schedule and the disinfection needed between the groups. On slide 41, it says that classrooms and bathrooms will be cleaned by custodians on a nightly basis, but we have 2 groups of students and more in secondary coming in per day. And the PM cohorts will be at a disadvantage due to the dirtier air and the surfaces. There is increasing evidence of airborne transmission, and the virus can linger in the air for several hours, around 3 hours, and remain on surfaces for a day or more. So if the students had overnight for the virus to maybe die off some in the air and on surfaces, and the students met with cohorts every other day instead of AM or PM, the students would get to enjoy fresher classroom air and cleaner surfaces each morning than they would if they were in the PM cohort coming in every day to freshly infected surfaces. So the PM cohorts are also at a disadvantage because they will be subject to the headache-inducing, distracting stench of cleaning chemicals that were used midday. I have bad memories of that first couple weeks of March trying to Clorox my classroom, and it just smelled really bad at the end of the day, and I'd leave at 3 and it would smell better in the morning, but that kind of cleaning isn't reasonable midday every day. It would be, the stench would be very distracting. And also with the AM and PM cohorts, we need to consider who will be cleaning the classrooms around lunchtime. Will teachers have to wipe down all the surfaces during their lunch or prep period to properly sanitize learning environment? Because we can't just clean or hand each student a Clorox wipe. It's not safe on their hands. So a huge cleaning burden falls on the teachers. So if the teachers are cleaning the classroom each day, our prep period could be used more effectively, such as by giving more student feedback, rather than doing additional cleaning, doing to an AM/PM schedule. Another consideration we need to make is that we're going to be entering wildfire season soon, and our ventilation systems will be set to 100% outside air. My classroom has gotten very smoky during fire days, with students getting nosebleeds, so whatever ventilation system we have needs to have it needs to be safe for smoky air and also coronavirus in the air. I'm also deeply concerned that K-2 students will not be required to wear masks. Many young children are able to wear masks better than adults. California Department of Public Health requires face coverings for ages 2 and up, and failure to require face coverings for K-2 puts those teachers, students, and families at much higher risk, which is not justifiable in this life or death situation.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden.
All right, Maria Chavez. Maria, you can unmute your mic. There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My question in regards to choosing the first option of the robust learning, if we were to decide to go ahead and go with that first option after the first semester, or let's say the second trimester or whatnot, could we choose to go to virtual learning, or is it only an option for virtual learners after the first semester learning to go robust?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez, for your question. It said we won't be answering those questions right now, but we will make note of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Jess Raphael. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Jess. There you go.
Thank you. A very quick question. All of the social distancing standards that I've seen universally since COVID has begun has been 6 feet of distance. And yet in your presentation, you talked about 4 to 6 feet. And in the demonstration classroom you showed on one of those slides, clearly those kids were not 6 feet apart. And even sitting at attention, which kids would never do in a high school setting at the same table, they'd be leaning over and getting closer to each other. They were clearly within 6 feet of each other. So I'm just wondering how the Napa Valley Unified School District has created a lesser distance for safe social distancing than the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raphael.
Okay, Karenza Doss.
Hi
Karenza,
there.
you have to, there you go.
Hi.
Hello.
First of all, I just want to thank all of you. You've clearly just spent your summer dedicating yourselves to our children and to the staff, and I'm just so grateful. We have an incoming 10th grader at New Tech, and she was there for 9th grade as well. And they clearly have a very specific curriculum that would, I'm guessing, not be met by the needs of the distance learning academy, although I'm grateful for the existence of that, because we will not have our kiddos for sure for the first semester. So I'm wondering if there could be a consideration, not just for New Tech, but for NVLA and the other campuses that have unique learning styles, if there could potentially be a consideration for the kiddos to remain with their group of students with whom they've bonded and their teachers to continue distance learning. And if we were to choose the robust learning for New Tech, for example, and then the numbers were down a little bit so that she would be required to go back on campus, but we weren't comfortable due to her severe asthma, would there be a way for her to transition to the virtual academy? And I know you're not answering questions, but we're just wanting her to stay with her remarkable teachers and friends and her their amazing curriculum, and also stay safe. So thank you so much. I know it's late and I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you, Ms. Doss.
Okay, Felicia Broussel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, first I wanted to say I'm very appreciative and impressed with the organization of the future plans for all our departments of our district. I am a bit confused though, because I keep seeing the 4 to 6 feet of social distancing, and I cannot find anywhere where 4 feet is appropriate social distancing. So I don't know why that's in any of the presentation. So perhaps it would be a good idea maybe to send us a link to where you found that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Okay, Steph.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. So I just want to state that as being a mother of 2 children, both who excel much better with being in person, one of my concerns that I have is when they were talking about the robust distance learning, there was nothing talked about regarding start time and end time for all of that. And I didn't know if it was something that was going to be similar to how it was set up in the spring, which for my oldest, who's in middle school, that didn't really start until like after 10 a.m., which is not the normal school schedule. And if you guys were going to do the virtual learning or the robust distance learning, if you were going to start that at what the normal, or not normal, but what the school time would be for once we're able to go into phase 2. And that's my question. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca Griffin.
Hi, good evening. So first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the board and everyone listening that spent a tremendous amount of time reviewing the data as it applies to the students returning to a 5-day-a-week in-person school model. I want to acknowledge that to the board, what a difficult position they're in negotiating the many factors that go into returning to that effort. But I want to remind them to please remember that first and foremost, you are our only advocate to our students and what's in their best interests. And while teachers have a robust union to advocate for their needs, you are the sole voice of our students. So while I could inundate you with all kinds of anecdotal reasons about my 2 children, one of which strives in distance learning environment and one of you which completely fails in distance learning environments, those are not the reasons why you should choose to do what you're doing, but it should be data-based and data-driven. I understand that our state has made that overwhelmingly complicated, but let's base our facts on what our local world looks like. And so while I hope that we can allow and protect our teachers with the appropriate PPE and distance from students that they're needed, the data is clearly showing that the school-age children are the lowest infected rate scenario of our groups and are not the exposure risks that we once first thought. So a 5-day-a-week school system seems like an attainable position. As essential workers, our teachers, I want to acknowledge their fears and their assumptions about the risks about which they're become, but our job as an educational system is to educate our kids the best way we can, and that means in-person, personal instruction, and as best as we can provide. So to be clear, I support wholeheartedly the process to resume to a 5-day-a-week in-person educational model. And I realize this is a big ask and will require many accommodations on behalf of our board and our Teachers Association. But I want to thank everybody in advance for working really hard to achieve that goal.
Thank you, Ms. Gerber.
Kenneth Wanless. Go ahead, Ken.
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for being up so late. I'd like to appreciate for a moment that the plan you've developed is trying to work within the constraints of state guidelines, public health officials, and the union reps that were so kind to join us today. Most of the plan on its face is understandable. However, it's woefully inadequate for what I believe to be the highest population, 2-parent working families that send their students to the school district. And specifically for K through 2nd grade, where those students require the most attention. And I can't help but observe, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, it wasn't a intentional sleight of hand and slide presentation, how we went into great detail about what phase 2 and phase 3 look like with in-person goals, while we completely glossed over the reality of what phase 1 is going to look like when we talk about synchronized learning for K through 2nd grade students, which I can only interpret to mean a scheduled Zoom call, and based on another slide, a minimum of 180 to 240 minutes a day to meet your state mandated attendance work guidelines. Many of your students have 2 working parents and work during the day if they do have work, if they haven't been fortunate enough to be laid off during this tragic time. I don't know how this is a tenable solution, and you just glossed over it entirely, that it sounds like you're expecting parents to stop whatever they're doing in the middle of a workday to oversee their children's learning for up to 3 or 4 hours a day and not even address it in this first meeting. Acknowledge that that's a reality. If I've misread it, I'm sorry, it wasn't really gone into detail. I don't know what to say. But I would ask that the trustees at least think about that aspect and acknowledge that and have some straight talk at the next round of meetings. Trustee Hurtado, I know you've been a champion of the working man for a long time, a working person, excuse me. I'd like that to go into the trustees' consideration before they approve this, although I assume it's a foregone conclusion that you'll approve this. Thank you for your time, and I do appreciate your work. I know this is far beyond a pristine situation to work with, but please consider what I've raised.
Thank you for your comment.
Andrew Mallet. Go ahead, Andrew.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks so much. First of all, Marcel, you've got a great background there. I love that picture. I've been watching it for a while now. Thank you. Secondly, I want to go on and say thank you very much for all those who've gone into this summer and created a great plan for our students. So on that thought, I'm guessing, as you said, about 17,000 students in the city or county. I can only assume that about a fifth of those are in the TK through 2nd grade. I wanted to touch on a point earlier said by one of the people about not having them wear masks in the classroom. My son will hopefully be going into kindergarten this fall, and he can wear a mask just fine pretty much all day. But on that same note, I don't understand how, even if we go into this hybrid type scenario, how a 4 or 5 or 6-year-old are going to be able to stay socially distanced at all. I don't know if you have kids that young, but hugs and handshakes or claps are just a thing of what really goes on. So that whole thinking of that, like a fifth of your student body are going to be able to stay socially distanced, along with the teachers, the poor teachers of those classrooms will be woefully inadequately prepared for all of the disease that could come their way. So that was more to the point that I was really hoping to touch on, and hoping that you can all come up with some better idea than only allowing 3rd grade and up to wear masks. That's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Mallet.
Okay, Jason Parks. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Jason.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to text at the same time. I am and my wife are two working parents who rely on the school district and outside childcare to take care of our kids throughout the day. And everything that we've heard so far, and everything the district is working on, which I want to emphasize. I think a lot of thought and work has been put in to to what they have presented so far, but I feel like working parents, whether there be single working parent families or dual working parent families, have not been represented well in all the work that has been done so far. And my comment is just, we need help. We do not have the resources or the means to help our kids at home and give them schooling. We went through the last part of the school year and we worked incredibly hard at trying to provide teaching for our kids, because we did have to become the teachers. The Zoom meetings were helpful, but they didn't provide the instruction needed and the guidance and helping the kids to stay focused on task that was required. So I couldn't work, my wife couldn't work, and during the times of having to do the instruction. So I just would like to make sure that the voice is heard for all of us working parents, that our needs are being met by the school district, and that the consideration is being made that we need not only the instruction for our kids, because our kids are wonderful kids. They really strive going to school and do well and want to succeed. And but we can't provide the instruction to get them there because we need to work. So I just want to make sure that the school district knows that we need to be considered too. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Stephanie Botts.
Hi.
Ms.
Can you hear
Bott.
me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to find out, I know you said that the school sites were going to be open. How does that play into like the farm at the high school? I know that it's currently closed and kids can't have their projects there. And I'm not sure how that's going to play in phase one. So something to be addressed at a later point.
Great, thank you for your question.
Okay. OR, you are running an older version of Zoom, so I'm not able to unmute your mic. So you'll have to update your Zoom app. Lila Subay. You'll have to unmute your mic, Layla. There you go.
Hi. So it was said that it would not be an issue to return to a choice school or a homeschool if you chose the virtual academy option for this school year. So for dual immersion families, it was also mentioned that in the virtual academy that there would not be any special magnet programs or things of that nature offered to the students. So I guess my comment would be that I hope that the board and the school district and the schools, NVLA and Pueblo Vista, can somehow work together to bridge that gap for the kids that choose to stay home this year. Because if they are going to be able to go back to their choice school and will have only been instructed through the virtual academy in English, I think that that is it's a problematic for all of these dual immersion families that may not feel comfortable going back to school, because that is such, our district is so lucky we have not one but two of these schools. But how are we going to keep all of these kids in that program all the way through to get them these you know, the seal of biliteracy if they lose this whole year of learning? So I just hope that that will be taken into consideration. And I also would like to say thank you to all of the people who volunteered to put this project together. And that's it.
We do want to just correct that for the Spanish learners. There will be virtual academy in Espanol.
Thank you. Next one, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes, Amelia Brown.
Hi, I am a parent of 2 children in a dual immersion school. I'm also a teacher at a middle school. And I know, I think that I understand this correctly, that teachers are being asked to teach in their classrooms while students are at home. And while I understand the reasoning behind that, I'm wondering if whoever made that decision would be willing to consider giving us the option to either teach at home or to teach at school. And I say that with a heavy heart because I know that so many parents are experiencing that same situation. But if we are being asked to teach from home, I'm just wondering if we're being asked to teach virtually, if we would be able to be given that option of teaching from home so that we can continue to support our students, especially when we're at different sites and we're not able to, it would be a hardship to manage those schedules. I also want to mention about the mandatory masks for TK to 2nd grade. I know it's been mentioned before, but I think it's important to mention it again. And I'm wondering that if teachers are being asked to be in the classrooms without students, if there is a consideration for any childcare options for what we would be doing with our own children. I'm not in a situation where I have anybody to take care of my children. I have one child who has a compromised immune system, and I have older parents who would be put at risk if I'm in the classroom being exposed to other people at my school site, as well as students, even if they're coming in on a one-on-one basis. So while I totally want to support my students, I also am trying to consider how I'm going to support my own children and my family as well. And since I have 1 more minute left, I also wanted to mention, I don't have the data in front of me, but I know that there is a lot of data around synchronous and asynchronous learning. So I'm wondering, just from looking over the shoulder of my kindergartner, who I was really able to support him, but I also know that he has the attention span of maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and being online with his teacher was a challenge after a certain period of time. And I love to be able to have him get off and do something else and then get back on again. So obviously distance learning is not ideal, but if we have to do it, I'm just wondering if we can be more creative in that respect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Jennifer Materney.
Hi, this is Jennifer Matern. I'm the parent of 2 kids, including a high school junior. I just wanted to take my time to say some thank yous. I wanted to say a big thank you to the task force for your investment in the plan and being the voice for all, really spending time reviewing that survey that we all took time answering carefully. I wanted to thank the trustees for being part of the process. And a huge thank you to building operations and maintenance for a well thought out plan geared towards getting students back in the classroom as soon as reasonably possible and keeping them and staff safe. It really brought a lot of comfort, and some of the friends that I was chatting with and other parents during the presentation really seemed to come back around when they saw some of the plans that are being put into place to keep everyone safe. I'd also like to thank Dr. Massetti for ensuring that we will adapt and do what is best for all kids. That's what matters most. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Materney.
Adrienne Bourdreau.
Hi, it's Adrienne Boudreau. I also wanted to echo the thank you to everybody for the hard work put in with all this planning. I know it's an impossible task to make everybody happy. It's been a long time since I was a homeschooled student. We're definitely leaning more toward the virtual learning academy. I had a couple questions or just comments more. If there tends to be kind of an over-reliance on tech-related or tech-based apps. I think that we can do a lot with textbooks, with paper packets, things that don't require as much screen time. Also, if we are still going to have contact with teachers in some regard, it would be really great to have familiar teachers and support staff, speech pathologists, whatever students are used to seeing, or considering all the different uncertainties that they have right now. Clear contacts at school sites and at the district for different issues that might come up with parents would be very helpful. Also, I don't know if there will be any advanced learner program services that will be offered. That was a question I had as well. And then as far as the in-school options, are there going to be any district recommendations for out-of-school activities to help keep everybody in the school community safer? I know you can't police it, but just reminding parents to wear masks when they go out in public, try to avoid large social gatherings, things of that nature. And since there aren't any specific criteria given for when, as far as numbers of testing rates or anything like that for when students would return to school, if a parent chose to do the in-person option, but then decided they were uncomfortable with it when it opened back up, given that that kind of, that target might be changing, then that would be a useful thing to know if we can switch over to the virtual learning if you're not comfortable at that point. And the other thing, as far as the young kids, I had a kindergartner at the end of the spring. Long Zooms are near impossible. 20 kids in a Zoom are near impossible. Small groups worked way better for reading and such. So if that's something that could be incorporated into that plan, I think that would be great. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Boudreau. Next, please.
Elizabeth Haley.
Hi, thank you very much. First, I want to thank Vice President Gonzalez-Marez, the trustees, the staff, the teachers, and the union for putting so much work into putting together a thoughtful and flexible plan, and especially ensuring that there are virtual options and phased-in options for those of us who are most concerned about returning to in-person instruction. I have a couple of comments. First, I want to express how important it is to our family that our student is able to continue with the International Baccalaureate program in whichever format instruction takes place. It's a fantastic program, and my daughter loves it. It's very excited about each unit. The program builds upon itself each year, so it's essential that kids are able to continue the program this year. It's good for their health and well-being in this difficult time to have consistency of continuing the program that they enjoy and are familiar with, and hopefully with some of the students that they have been working with over the years. It would be ideal if this were an option for both the in-person phased in format, and for the all virtual format. I know that you're looking at making sure that this is the case for the kids that are doing the Spanish immersion. I think it's also important for the kids who do the other wonderful programs NVUSD offers, such as the IB program. I would very much appreciate your consideration on that. And secondly, when you're composing the FAQs, like Adrian said, I hope you will address what happens if a parent who chooses the in-person option in order to stay with their schools, students, and special programs, but doesn't feel it's safe for the student to return when the district has decided to move into phase 2 or 3. What will our options be at that point? As Adrian indicated as well, I'm concerned about how much time they spend just on Zoom, and can we have some off-screen options too in small groups. Anyway, that's all I had. I know you're all doing your very best for our families, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a comment and for all the work you're putting in to make this work. I know it's a huge challenge for everyone involved to undertake: parents, students, teachers, staff, everyone. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment and questions, Ms. Healy.
Tammy Brady.
Hi. So I just wanted to say, just to kind of reiterate, just as everyone else is, you know, I appreciate the hard work and consideration that everybody is putting into regarding the socioeconomic factors for everybody and the challenges. But I do have, you know, I have a couple questions here. I have a daughter just going into the first grade, and we struggled a lot with the seesaw applications and all of those, and regarding the distance learning, but then more specifically the hybrid model. Once we get to that phase, what are the expectations from the teacher regarding the completion of those assignments? As it would apply to a first grader, for example. I'm also curious about PE or recess for this level of grade. Are they going to have any kind of outdoor play, any way to get out of their seats and be active? That's going to be a big part of them being able to continue to learn and stay attentive when they are in this during the day, when they are actually able to attend class in person. My husband and I are working, we're full-time working parents. I am in healthcare. I am an essential worker and can't healthcare remotely. So I have to be at school or have to be at work. And so we have real concerns regarding childcare and what that's going to look like. You know, we used to have the option for before school and after school, and we were at Northwood, and now that in itself was going to be changing to the district from what I understand. So my question is, what's going to happen with that? Is the district going to be providing any childcare options? It's a huge concern for us, as it is for many other working parents. I was also wondering about the live instruction in the hybrid model and what that might look like. So in terms of the Zoom meetings on the days that she would not be in class. And again, she's 6 years old, and like somebody else said, her attention span is maybe about 15 minutes. So trying to get that in line, it's concerning to be able to make sure that she's going to have the adequate instruction and be able to learn the way she needs to. And I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Ms. Brady.
Araceli Hurtado.
Hi there.
My question would be with regards to the virtual academy, if it will provide a time frame where, you know, working parents can, you know, come home and guide their children through the classes and learning lessons, or is it something that they have to be logged in at a certain time and spend a certain amount of hours working directly with a teacher? And that's it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Ms. Hurtado?
Wendy Misner?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi. Again, I also want to echo all the thank yous to all the people working so hard. I represent both a teacher and a parent, and I have heard all the concerns and questions regarding childcare issues for parents who work, which is the same situation in my household. So my comment is just that while a lot of information has been provided to us, it sounds like a lot of us need more information before we decide which model to choose for our children, especially for staff members who it appears will be required to be on site full time, because we need time to plan as far as where our children will be doing their learning and who will be responsible for that. So I would just ask that that information kind of be given to us as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Misner.
Courtney Weatherall?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So while I do, like everyone else, appreciate all the time and effort that went into the presentation tonight, I do feel that there were some holes and some questions that were left unanswered for me. If in the FAQs we can address what it will look like if and when someone does test positive for COVID in the classroom, and what the procedures will be at that point. And also, what will the classroom environment look like if everybody's supposed to maintain those 6 feet apart? What will that daily instruction be like? Also, with I do think that there's a disconnect between the school and the distance learning. I have a 6-year-old at Northwood, and he's very involved in the school. They are very connected. And if we did decide to go with the distance learning model, I think he would lose that connection with the school, which is really important to us and to him. And I want to know if there's a way that you can still find a way to keep the connection with their home school while doing distance learning. Those are my 3 main concerns and holes that I felt were left out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weatherall.
Lisa Chu?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I would like to reiterate that I'm super appreciative of the COVID-19 task force and all the work that you've done, because all of the data is ever changing and you have all had to adapt. And I do appreciate the presentation today because I think it gives a little bit more clarity on the direction that the district is going. And but I would like to add to that and ask that if you can give us a little bit more information on the robust distance learning and also the virtual learning academy options, so that we can the parents have an idea of what we're actually getting into when we choose either of those. So for example, for the virtual learning academy, are the teachers selected from our home school? Will it be an easier transition for our children if we decide after the semester, or in our case, it's a trimester in the middle school, if we wanted to go to the robust distance learning model, and whether the electives that are offered will be similar between the two options. For the robust distance learning option with the phase-in, I know that there are a lot of data that I'm sure you all have been looking at from various schools around the world about their opening. Now, I will have to say that they opened their schools when the rates were low in their communities, which is very different than what we are now. But some of that data is still relevant to us. For example, the rates for younger students, very different from those of high school. Will that be taken into consideration when you are talking about phasing in our students to in-person learning? And what about all the temperature checks, symptoms checks? So those are the things that I think I would, as a parent, I would need information on in order to choose between the two different options. And I'm hoping that that will be offered to us in one of the parent training sessions, hopefully before we have to choose, although I think it's August 10th through the 19th is when Superintendent Musetti had said that the family learning will occur. So I'm hoping to get some of that information before I choose. The final comment I have is, will we as parents be able to get, let's say, class lists for our students? So in case we wanted to develop learning pods of groups of kids that they want to get together and learn as a group in smaller group settings, whether in person or virtual, if that would be possible to set up on our own without the school involvement. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Mrs. Chu.
Trisha Lewis.
Hello. First, I have
Hello.
a question around distance learning, and the previous person actually mentioned this as well. For both the temporary distance learning and the virtual academy, I think many of our students would benefit from working in a study group of 3 students within one of their homes. And I'm wondering if the district can do anything to help families communicate with each other if they're interested in that type of arrangement. Next, I'd ask you to consider flexibility and exceptions when forming the policies around the choice between the 2 learning models being offered to parents. While I understand the necessity to anticipate staffing, we as families can't anticipate our own needs quite as easily. For example, please consider families who choose the in-person model. We're told that students will not return physically until it is safe. One thing that's very obvious to me lately is that people don't agree on what safe means. And what we know about COVID-19 is constantly changing. Nationwide, it seems that reopening decisions are being driven by factors other than our health and safety. Some families may decide later that they don't feel safe after all when in-person schools open, especially if they have changes in their health circumstances between now and then. We need to be sure not to leave those students behind. And last, but definitely not least, I want to make sure that we are considering the needs of our teachers. If a teacher opts to teach in the virtual academy, will they risk losing their position and seniority at their previous school? That would be a heavy price for teachers to pay if they aren't ready to return to the classroom, a decision which may be affected by their medical concerns, lack of care for their own children, or other factors. Finally, I'd like to thank the board, staff, and teachers for their dedication. This isn't an easy time for anyone, and you've demonstrated both commitment and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
MDR 1.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so my actually question and comments are a couple. The first one, I think I overheard, or hopefully I'm not mistaken, I heard that if we choose the kids to go back to school, they might go to a different school, not the school they are right now. So let's say one of my daughters is at school and they have to go, I've decided for her to go at school, then she will go to a different school for like the semester or during this time. But if another kid from that school has to go at my daughter's school, I don't see why she will have to go to a different school. I think we have to keep it in the same school they are right now, instead of going to a different school and then after all this, they go back to their school. I think that's gonna be mentally for them really hard. And the other thing is about when I heard about kids eating at school their lunches or something. They were saying something about they have to eat at their classroom. But if they wear a mask during the day and when they take the mask off, they're not gonna be 6 feet apart. They're gonna be 3 or 4. So the germs are gonna be spreading all over once they take the mask off to eat. So I don't see, I see pointless or effortless in doing that because you're covering it the whole day, but then you uncover it to eat. So that's something like it's not gonna be working at the end of the day. So I think they should stay at school and have the rules that the county puts of 6 feet apart at least, and disinfecting everything around because it's not safe to go to school like that. That's it.
For your comment.
Lisa?
Hi, good evening. Thank you everyone for your time. I would like to say that first of all. I do have several questions. One of which is it's a little confusing to understand. I know that there's workshops coming up, but as a parent, when do we have to make the decision between the online learning forum versus the in-person situation? Along those same lines, are we going to have the opportunity to check out our classrooms and see what the environment for our student would be like if they go back to an in-person situation? I'm also concerned to know whether or not all the programs that we've previously used at our school are going to be available this coming school year, because there is something about familiarity in having those programs. And then along those same lines, and it's been kind of talked about before, is what happens if there is a positive test? Are all the filters in the entire school going to be changed out? What are the steps in place to make sure? We have 2 elementary school children, and there was a lot of things that were happening well before COVID and a lot of sickness. And so it's kind of intensified now that there is the COVID process going through. I also have a question in regards to the fact of what is the reason for the district to choose to have teachers on campus? There's been a couple of cases where teachers were practicing and doing social distancing, and one unfortunately passed away. And so I'm kind of trying to understand if there's an opportunity for teachers to distance learn, and provide education for their classrooms, why would we put more people at risk? And then I guess my final question is there a plan or is there a goal of actually getting back to a quote unquote normal school day as far as the 5.5 or 6.5 or 7 hours of instruction? Right now it's all been talked about the AM and PM, but is the idea eventually to get back to a full school day this year? And again, I know it's been a lot of work, and so I appreciate all the time that was taken. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you, Lisa. Oh, before we continue, I do need to ask the board that we extend our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Hurtado, second by Ms. Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Great, thank you. Motion passes. Next, Mr. Reese, thank you.
Tracy Moskowitz.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. So one big concern that I did have was the PPE. Would it be provided by the Napa School District as for the teachers and students? Since when right now we are in a shortage of PPE everywhere, even hand sanitizer, Clorox wipe, Lysol sprays, and all that good stuff. Would that be provided also, you know, for parents that actually work and parents that are able to stay at home? Would there be a way that parents can go through Zoom and see the classroom instructions and what was the classroom time teaching about to be in order to get the help for the kids, you know, for their homework? Because a lot of the stuff also sometimes, you know, I would need to do things around the house, or I would have to also do Zoom meetings myself, and I wasn't able to sit there and see what was the instructions all about, or then, you know, what was the teaching about. And then also with kids that also are on the 504 plan, what is going to be the in-person and then the online curriculum learning teaching for them, those two. So I'm trying to, you know, whether is it going to be online or in person? What is the pros and the cons of both? You know, there's still a lot of, you know, good things on one, and there's a lot of other bad things on other things too. But then also, you know, if there's going to be a lot of wasting time, you know, whether keep on your mask on or don't touch, you know, keep your hands to yourself, or, you know, that's a big problem having also younger kids from, you know, kindergarten to 3rd grade. So I don't know how would that take into effect into the classroom. Also from adjusting from, you know, being together all the time, playing with each other at recess and seeing them, you know, what will be the consequences when they don't, you know, they don't want to keep their mask on, or it's like, oh, I can't breathe, or, you know, just stuff like that. And also the teachers, you know, concerning about that with their PPE, like how would they have their breaks also during that time, because it would be kind of really stressful to them also.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon. Thank you. Next, Mr. Reese. I think previously we had said that was Miss, I wasn't sure who that caller was. I think there was a switch there, but.
Liliana Calderon.
Hello, good night, Board of Trustee and Dr. Musetti. You know, I see all the video and everything, and thank you for the time you spending in doing all that. But I just a couple questions. The first one is, why we want to open as a district if you see CSU and college will be closed on fall because of the high risk of other students being in contact with COVID-19. So why we want to open? That's the first one. The second one will be, you know, my son has interventions during, I don't see that nobody talks about interventions. How it's gonna look if I choose either one or the second choice. Last spring, the interventions were a couple of days, like 3 days. It was too much, at least for me as a parent and working. having 3 different days, different interventions. How it's gonna look this fall is something that I think a lot of parents wants to know how it's gonna look those interventions, either if I choose 1 or 2 options. The same thing as many parents also mentioned, the 8 through 10 o'clock or choosing mornings or afternoons. It doesn't seem that a lot of parents, working parents, will be available to come and pick up in the middle of work their students. So I think it will be a barrier for a lot of our parents just to have the flexibility to go and pick up the students in the middle of work. The other thing will be, again, second kids. I have a second grade a student that go to school, and wearing the mask will be another thing. The 6 feet that they mentioned, or 4 feet apart. All those questions, they are not clear, at least for me. Also, if the second choice, which is the virtual choice, it seems a little bit unclear for me, at least, because one of the things that I like is that my son can be in a class with a teacher that knows the community of the school that he goes. He knows all the teachers, at least for 1st or 2nd grade, he's familiar with. And just for him to be with another teacher that he doesn't know the culture of the same school that he goes, they don't know the other students that will be in this virtual meeting, no familiar faces, I don't think it will be very beneficial. And the other thing will be for the students that has that needs mental support. I don't see any information regarding that. Like, we're gonna have any support for those students, as well as parenting classes for those parents that need support. So I think we miss a few things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
Christy Wolf.
Hi, thank you. I just want to start by saying thank you so much to everybody who put time in this summer. I know that all of the teachers have been putting time into professional learning who were not on the task force also, but I can only imagine the task force work and what went into that. And I'm a high school teacher. I've been teaching for 13 years, and I'm concerned about hybrid model safety. The safety protocols do require high school student cooperation, and I'm wondering if there is a plan in place for when high school students are not in agreement with those safety protocols, such as spacing at desks, wearing a mask, spacing from teachers, or spacing from other students. I'm also wondering about what about when students are not seated at a desk, such as when they enter a room before and after school, when using the restroom, which is a very classic opportunity for high school teenagers to chat with friends, and a break at lunch. So those are some concerns about the hybrid safety, that it might give a false sense of security that I don't know if we can actually uphold in practice, and that weighs on me ethically. I also want to share that when I heard that we'd chosen to go remote this morning, I immediately sent my administrator a message and asked about materials, a budget for materials, because I want to implement more hands-on remote learning activities for my high school science students. And I've benefited from years of professional development that I feel make me pretty well equipped for this challenge. I love teaching. I'm very passionate about it. NVUSD has given me ample professional development for 13 years. At New Tech High, I've used technology integrated education for 13 years. I also had a chance to experience as a parent what it was like for my own children to do remote learning, and I was excited to integrate my learning into this semester. However, when I later saw that we're being required to remotely teach from a school site, and as a parent myself who doesn't want my children, one of whom is at risk, in a group childcare setting, whether it's at school or otherwise, I'm not certain that I'll be able to teach my NVUSD students this year as I would like to. So I know that childcare for my children is my responsibility. I'm prepared to make changes in my family. However, that I am concerned that by requiring in-building remote teaching, NVUSD will lose qualified teachers who are best equipped to meet the needs of NVUSD students, both this year and in the future, and that they will be replaced with substitute teachers or emergency hire teachers who have not had the ease of use with remote learning tools or do not have experience with designing curriculum, instruction, and assessment. As an NVUSD parent, I'd like for my children to be taught by qualified, experienced, credentialed teachers, whether their learning is remote or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
Bree Buman.
Hi, thank you for your time. This will be quick. I want to echo everybody in the thanks for all the time you put into all of this. I had a lot of questions that have already been covered. Another one was you mentioned something about extensive cleaning with chemicals that are going to be taking place in the evenings. Have we looked into what those chemicals are and the long-term exposure, especially if they're products that are new to the school district, and what the contraindications could be for the children's health issues from that as well. And then you also mentioned with the instructional time, well, you didn't mention the instructional time, but question being, you mentioned that the kids below 3rd grade are going to be somewhat trained or taught to wear the masks, etc. Is there going to be instructional time taken away for that purpose? Also thinking that it's going to be a distraction in general, should parents choose or need to put their children in school when that becomes an option. And yeah, I think that's just the main thing, is just looking at the health issues, of course, now that we're dealing with COVID-19, but also what we're going to be exposing our children to on other levels, as far as new chemicals to the classroom that are going to be persistently used more than usual, and moving forward from there. So thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Lisa S.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so wow, there's just been so much information tonight for parents, teachers, staff, board members to make decisions on and to think about. And Dr. Musetti, I have followed you over the past several years, and this has been trial by fire here in Napa for many different reasons. But the comment that I have is actually I'm going to look at things from the long term and not just the immediate, which model am I going to send my kids to, but if I decided to send my kids to school when it opens and we're going to have cleaning and mask wearing, how is all of this going to be enforced with the students? I know I have 2 high schoolers and they've told me, I'm not going to wear masks at school. So who's in charge of making sure this happens? And then who's in charge of really making sure in the long term that cleaning doesn't fall by the wayside? When I leave Napa County, I've seen where it happens in different stores. Cleaning, sanitizing, social distancing has gone by the wayside. And I worry that's going to happen in the high school in the long term. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen Thunison.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. And I wanted to thank the members of the board and the task force and the school for all the hard work that's gone on this summer. I just wanted to ask if there could be some flexibility around how the hybrid model will work. I know a lot of us parents are concerned about socialization. During this time, I have middle school and high schooler, and we are kind of working together in groups, putting together study groups of with their friends. And so the kind of arbitrary system of dividing them up by the alphabet is really not going to work for us. And I hope that people will, there'll be some accommodations to help families who are already been working together stay together, particularly when it comes to studying and keeping them engaged in school and their social connections. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stacy Marks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I want to thank you for putting the choice in the parents. I wasn't expecting that in the plan. And so I appreciate the choices that you're giving to parents. However, I'm afraid that we're going to be making uninformed choices, as the decision both referenced in the email that we received today and in this call says that July 20th we'll be receiving an email to make a choice whether which option we're supposed to choose. I realize that time is of the essence here, and you do need to make attendance modifications and staffing modifications based on parents' choice. But I do think it's an important thing that we can make an informed choice. So I would love to see an outline of both plans, details of each plan, how much screen time will be involved, what kind of teacher interaction is involved, and what is the reliance going to be on technology. All of our families deserve that informed choice, but I would specifically speak for children who are in special education. I think that they're at a disadvantage in all of these plans and deserve an informed choice as well. I think teachers would like to see that plan, as I know many of them are anxious about what next school year looks like and would like to be creative to make each school experience the best possible for our kids. And I appreciate that. I would echo comments that it would be important for me, for my children to have familiar staffing if I choose the virtual academy learning. And I would like to know how that virtual academy would be connected to my child's home school, as that community, although seemingly lost at this point, is still very important to both of my children and myself, as we're heavily involved in our elementary school. The part of the plan that I also see as missing, although I am sure you have looked at it, is the COVID exposure plan. What happens if and when COVID-19 has come onto a school campus? Because, I mean, obviously distance learning will resume at some level, but would like to see how that plan is going to take place in the Napa Unified School District. I'd also, in my last few seconds, like to honor our teachers. I know some of them are listening to me right now. You were the heroes of the spring, and I appreciate the time, effort, and energy that you gave to all of our students. And we will support you as we move into the 2021 school year. We have your back, and we appreciate what you do for our students. Thank you.
Ms. Marks.
Jennifer Viveros.
Hello. All right. So my point of view is a teacher. So the things that I'm going to bring up come from being a teacher. So my first concern is that there are a lot of teachers who will not be comfortable coming back when it is phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, whether it's health concerns, whether it's because they have young children. So if parents are given options, whether they are going to have their kids stay home or go to school, I think that teachers also should have that choice. So I'm wondering if you guys are thinking of the teachers who are not going to come back in the classroom, if they're going to actually become the teachers for the Learning Academy. So that hasn't been stated, but I'm just wondering if that's a thought. I'm also concerned that if, let's say, one student tests positive for COVID, does that mean that the whole classroom is going to have to go into quarantine? Does that mean the whole school has to go into quarantine? I haven't heard any information about that. I'm also concerned about student discipline, because what if we have students who are disobeying, they are being unsafe? Like, I'm an elementary school teacher, so I'm thinking about, you know, I've had students spit on kids. I've had students, you know, attack other children, become violent. You know, it's a very stressful time. So are we going to have situations in place where the office is going to come and help us when we have students who are endangering other students? What else? Preschool has not been mentioned. Preschool is so very important. You've only mentioned TK and kindergarten, so I'm wondering if there's a preschool plan. When we finally get to the phase 4, where I'm going to have my entire class of 34 students, is it going to be possible to have those 34 students be 6 feet apart in my small portable? Are our school libraries going to be back open? How is that going to work? Is there going to be cool school after school? How is that going to work? Is there going to be Wi-Fi offered for families? You did mention they're going to have computers. Let's see. And I also think that it should be an option whether teachers choose to teach from their classroom or from their home. A lot of teachers have spoken up that they have young children. And so I think that that should be something that we revisit instead of making it mandatory for teachers to teach from their classroom. We're professionals. We should be able to be trusted to give quality instruction, whether from our home or at our classroom. And that is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Viveros.
Maria Cantera.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just like to thank the board members and the members of the COVID task force for all the work they've put in so far. I know it's not an easy choice, and not everyone's going to be happy with the choices that they did make and the recommendations. I'd also like to thank all the amazing teachers and their commitment to our students. And I echo a lot of the stuff that they're saying as far as being able to teach in the classroom or teach at home. They, like us, have young students, have young children at home, and we understand as parents that they are going through the same thing that we are, and having to teach in the school and not being able to bring their students in and do childcare and put them at risk is a big concern for them and for myself as well. My husband and I were parents of 3 Napa Valley Unified School District students, 1 in high school and 2 in elementary. And we have a lot of concerns about the 2 different choices and feel that the distance learning that's been described is going to be subpar to the cohorts or the hybrid model where they're going to be able to go back into the classroom. Students need to have interaction with other students, whether they want to do distance learning and are concerned with COVID and the ramifications of going back to school, and also being able to just go back to school. And if the online distance learning is not offering that interaction with other students, that can bring some of those students learning, kind of push them back behind other students when they don't get that social interaction. My other concern was my daughter is a student at New Tech, and we've chosen that school because of their unique teaching style and their learning methods. And my daughter has been thriving there this last year, and she'll be going into 10th grade and wants to continue to learn in a group of the students that she's been going to school with for this last year. And the teachers that she has have been supporting her in that way. So what's going to happen with those distance learning students who don't want to go back to school, or if they do pick to do the hybrid and go back to school and we don't feel safe when the school district feels safe to open up, what's going to happen to those students at that time. The other thing that I'm kind of concerned about is just the communication methods from the teachers. In the spring, we had teachers who were communicating email, text messages, Parent Square, and Class Dojo. And I was getting 4 or 5 messages every day, at least, each from each of the different platforms. And so at some point you start to mute out what you think is a repetitive message. And unfortunately, sometimes I missed important messages because we were muting things out. So if we can, as a district, communicate solely on one platform, that would make it much easier for parents to be able to keep up with the things that are going on. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Beltran.
Hi, thank you. I have a concern regarding the AM and the PM sessions. I know a lot of parents have voiced regarding childcare, and I know that's a big issue. My 2 children are actually a bit older in middle school and high school, so that issue is not too much of a concern for me. But I do have concern regarding the cleaning between the 2 sessions. I know that it was stated that they would be using EPA approved chemicals, but my concern is that, given the 2 hours, if it gives them sufficient times for the classroom to aerate so that the students and the teachers do not go in to the classrooms in their PM sessions and still have the fumes in the classroom from all the chemicals that are being used to disinfect them. I also understand that they will be having 100% fresh air intake in their mechanical systems. But if the windows and doors are not open, it doesn't really give them sufficient to circulate the air completely. So I'd like to know if windows and doors will be maintained opened whenever possible in the classroom so that these rooms can properly be vented out and that the fresh air is circulated in the classrooms. That's my main question for the moment that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beltran.
Laura Mondragon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I already did have my opportunity to speak. I think I pretty much touched bases on that. But when I was hearing some of the speakers speak about it, yes.
Yes, you did already.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I was saying. Hello.
Yep.
William C.
Hi there. So a couple things. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this. I know it's late, and I'm sure a lot of you are tired. Couple things real quick, kind of a PR side. Just make sure you emphasize the childcare thing. You guys did talk about like working with Boys and Girls Club and kind of making those partnerships. So like highlight, make it bold, whatever you guys have to do on the website, because it seems like it got missed by a lot of people. Also, in regards to the childcare stuff, if there's a way to make a nightly Zoom thing for students, I know it's later in the day, it's kind of unorthodox, but at least for the younger kids and the working parents, they have that option maybe from like 5 to 8 to do that with their kids. Also, the paper packets I thought were great for especially like kids that might want to reduce on-screen time. Even if they do the paper packets, they leave it in the classroom or with the teacher on a Thursday, have it sit over the weekend for the teachers to check it on Monday. You know, that way there's time for it to just naturally disinfect. That's cool. Masks are okay, but if there's any way you can make recommendations on the website for like what masks are really good for like younger kids. I know the masks are going to be strongly recommended for K through 2nd grade. They're even going to be taught about it, but like me and my wife, we've looked everywhere and bought multiple masks for our kindergartner, or well, soon to be kindergartner, and also them like maybe fit okay, some are a little too big, but any of them that you found that are like really fitting well for those kid groups would be great, so we know where to buy, which ones to get, so on and so forth. So post it on the website if you can. Also, in regards to the survey results, I haven't been able to find anything about that from the spring, but if there's any way, even just a quick highlighting of as far as like what went well during the spring with the distance learning, what could have been better, that way we can understand a little bit better reasons why you're making the decisions you're doing now, that'd be great. It's always helpful to know the reasons why you're choosing the things that you're doing. Also, if there's any way to do I don't know if there's any way, I know some people talk about those smaller pods for study groups. I think that's really great. But even just a weekly meeting in person or check-in with the teachers and students, like I kind of mentioned briefly, we have a kindergarten going into kindergarten for the first time. And I think that socialization, that like one-on-one with their teacher is going to be really crucial, because a lot of kindergarten is that socializing. It's not necessarily the material, the math, the English. Like, yes, that's good, but they're learning how to be a person and how to respect people and care about others' emotions and things like that. So there's that. I think that's about it. Oh yeah, sorry, one last thing. Kindergartens are socializers. They love to be outdoors. You know, other countries do like that forest school kind of thing. A lot of our schools have big fields, so like really try and push that as much as possible. Plenty of space, safe enough to do outside. Obviously 6 feet of distance, but yeah, outside as much as possible would be great. And anywhere in your plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Just to remind everyone, we are going to end public comment at 11:30. And just quickly, of everyone who is remaining, if I do my math correctly, we speak a little over 2.5 minutes. You might be leaving someone out.
Samsung SMG 950U.
You have to unmute your phone. We don't know your name, but it's Samsung ID.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just a little confused. There was very little communication done on the Virtual Learning Academy. I initially thought that the robust distance learning was related to the Virtual Learning Academy. So I think we need further clarification on that curriculum. Also think that it is unfair to ask parents to make a choice now when there's a lack of communication. I think there needs to be more effort at creating a robust and comprehensive virtual learning academy. And also for the parents who need childcare, I think the school district should be working with the agencies that can support those families in a more direct way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Alger.
In the interest of time, I will try and just be quick about it. I think it's already been said, but I just want to bring back to the point that, you know, we teachers, yes, there are some who are afraid, but really it is a focus on numbers. And the numbers that have us concerned right now are that in the past couple of weeks, we have seen an increase of cases of COVID in youth 0 to 17 by about 63% in California. And in about the same time, about 11,000 new cases in Florida. And, you know, and those are real numbers and those are concerning. But you know, those people who disagree with the plan of moving into some sort of distance learning or even a partial distance learning model, and you know, their concerns, I think we shouldn't brush them aside, and we shouldn't brush those people aside. You know, we need unity much more now than ever, and so certainly, absolutely, we need to reach out together, not only to us, the school, and our parent groups, but also community groups and business groups, and help figure out things like childcare and solutions to whatever other problems need arise. And thank you, of course, to all of you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Alger.
Megan Mott.
Hi. Yeah, I'm speaking from the perspective of both an employee who works in special education and as a parent of a fifth grader, a first grader, and a one-year-old. First of all, I just wanted to address as an employee, I was a little bit surprised about the request to work from the site, and I would like to reiterate that perhaps that be a choice depending on your situation and, you know, professionally what you can do. But more importantly to me, I was really surprised by the AM/PM suggestion of a schedule. Now, working in special education, I feel that we know that special education is at a highest disadvantage, I feel. And with the AM/PM schedule, I feel that would be really unfair and unsuccessful to a lot of my students. So a lot of my students have a hard time transitioning. You're talking about a 2.5-hour learning period. I mean, an hour of that could be spent on pure transition into and out of school. So that gives you an hour and a half of learning time, of which the special education population has a lot of extra services such as mine, which is speech and language. So if I were to pull a student to see them for half an hour of that time, they would literally get such a small amount of useful, meaningful learning time with their teacher. I'm just really surprised about that model. Other people have brought up the cleanliness factor of that model, and you know, that's a consideration too, but I just really feel if you want to consider the special education population, 2.5 hours of school is not long enough in my professional opinion to give them a good, fruitful experience of a school day. I do feel that an experience where they were at school for a full day, for 2 days of the week, that would give us enough time to transition them in and out of class and to give them instruction. So, you know, I feel like the decision's already made, but I really think that special education students and parents are kind of crying out for more support, and I do not see a 2.5-hour school day as support. I also see that as an issue for, you know, parents like myself who are working or where both parents are working. And I don't want to be rude, but to me, that schedule feels like the district is prioritizing the attendance stats and the funding versus the working parents, their own teachers or employees and the students. So I personally would like to look at that schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mott.
Did Tracy Moskowitz already go?
I think that was the misunderstanding with Ms. Mondragon, I believe. So I don't think, I haven't heard from Ms. Tracy.
Okay.
Hi, this is Tracy Moskowitz. You are correct. I have not gone yet.
Yeah.
I'm a river school teacher, and when I'm starting to think about going back to school in this phase 1, the very first thing I think about is safety. So as a newly built school with an emphasis on safety, to have one point of entry to limit the ability for intruders on campus, that means that only one place all of staff and students can enter. So even at just phase 1, there is one entrance for staff. Even at a small school site, 28 people coming and having to enter, that would be needing to stagger what times we got there in order to not be in the same presence. In addition to that, there are 2 staff restrooms. Those types of things, the physical needs at the school, sorry. When I'm looking at these safety issues, that also includes fire drills when you're going in and out of a classroom. As I enter this brand new campus, they have purposely made sure that there is only one route to classes, which means that people cannot go around a building. You have to go the same way you came. And that in itself is very difficult. So even though I take my class of 38 and I split it in half to 19, that's 19 kids leaving my class and going in front of 4 other classes as well. For the fire drills, that's the very first thing I do is we figure out where do you go in an emergency in the first week of school. So I know that that's not going to happen this year. However, once we do get to campus, how do we even have a drill? So those are my large concerns for safety, both myself and the students. Thank you very much. I know there's no good answer to any of these.
Thank you.
Karina Sorrente.
Hi, thank you for all the hard work, the board, superintendent, district staff, and teachers. First, what is the plan for crowd control for entering and exiting the schools at the beginning and at the end of the cohorts? 2 is our electives. What is the plan for music, especially strings and or brass? How is it going to be implemented for virtual learning academy if one chooses to do that for our student? My third comment is zero period for ELAC students and families. How is that going to be implemented as well? 4 is how are the wellness centers going to work for phase 2 and also for virtual learning academy. Next is 5. I would like more information around the implementation of the virtual learning academy, and just a lot more information that was given today will be optimal. Also, testing for COVID-19 is a very worrisome issue since right now tests are only available for 18 and older folks. So how are you going to implement testing if that's only available for 18 and older people? So it's that needs to be talked about, because you know our kids are 18 and younger. So there's lots of things that I feel need to be addressed. And again, thank you for all that time. You know, I know it's past 11, and you know, thank you for taking this time and you just giving all that you're giving to our students, our staff, and our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cervente.
Brian Teef.
Hello. My comments are thank you to the task force and the district employees. I believe you got it right with today's recommendation to the board. My family unconditionally supports in-person education as the community health risk allows. And as I saw the presentation, the move from phase 1 to phase 3 and 4 seems to be predicated on the county watch list status. Is NVUSD prepared to immediately go to phase 3 on August 20th if the county status changes? Are we prepared for a best case scenario? The other question I had was, will the campus facilities be open to extracurricular activities like sports and parent group meetings, perhaps even outside? Thank you.
Thank you.
Haiti May.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to second a lot of notions about the childcare issue. I know a lot of parents, including myself, rely on the after-school childcare. I heard somebody mention that there's going to be resource connections with the Boys and Girls Club, but I know that that will be at capacity for the rest of Napa students. But I was thinking along the lines of NCOE. I know Cool Camp and Cool School was offered at certain schools as well, and what's going to be done about that, especially if the cohorts are only for 2.5 hours. What happens after that when there is no childcare for those parents that do work? The other concern, or more of a suggestion, would be in order for parents to make a more educated and informed decision about whether they're going to be doing distant learning or if they're going to send their students back to in-classroom teaching, would be suggesting to have some sort of, not necessarily Q&A, but just more of an informative, maybe, I don't know if it's a Zoom thing or on the Facebook Live. I know the district has done that before with a doctor or a couple of doctors within the community, just to inform parents on how high of a risk it is to send your students, just because there's so much information out there from different types of medias that people are getting their information from. And I think it'd be very important and very valuable for us to get that information from a local source or from wherever. I know a lot of data is being pulled in order to make these calls and decisions, but just to get an in-person meeting in order to be informed for all parents. And then my other concern is what kind of resources are being made available to parents who are monolingual Spanish in order for them to help educate their children if they so choose to do distance learning, the academy from home. Like, what resources are being offered for them if they can't themselves read the curriculum or fully understand it? I know a lot of parents rely on their older children to help them out, but that's just not realistic in order to have your child advance. But that's all I had. Thank you.
Sabrina Wilson.
Hi, thank you. I'll be quick. I just have 3 points. I just wanted to urge the district to prioritize getting elementary kids back into the classroom. I think distance learning is much more challenging for young kids in their short attention span, and also they're learning just the fundamental skills of reading and writing. In addition, it's well known that too much screen time is not good for brain development. So I think that that's something that should be taken into consideration for the younger children. Second point is with regard to the platforms that are going to be used. I saw that Seesaw is going to be used for the elementary. I don't have experience with it because our teacher used ClassKick, but I heard from other parents that Seesaw was not user-friendly and was really difficult. So I just would urge the board to consider other platforms. We had a good experience with ClassKick and thought that it was fairly easy for my child, my first grader at the time, to use. And then lastly, I would just urge the board to also think creatively and think about trying to use outdoor space. What about outdoor classrooms? Outdoor classrooms would, while there's the issue of the elements and rain and such, but would require less cleaning and things like that, since there would be less surfaces. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Lisa McComber.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a few points I want to address. I'm curious how IEPs and accommodations are going to be addressed. in the initial distance learning and also in the virtual academy, not just with the SPED classes, but the required general ed classes where they have accommodations listed in their IEPs. And then I'm hoping that we have more virtual academy information addressed before we make the decision. Are they going to have, if they do the virtual academy option, is their course schedule going to change from what they had currently filled out prior in the year? I have a junior and a senior at Vintage, and they're both in the FFA program. And those classes are required to remain in the FFA program and to qualify for the scholarships when they're seniors. Are we forced to do the in-person option just so they can remain in that program, even if we are uncomfortable with having them be on campus? Also, if one kid wants to do the virtual academy and one wants to do the in-person, do we as a family have to commit as a family, or can we do it on an individual child basis? And then lastly, have they considered closing the Vintage High School campus? I'm not sure if Napa is still open. Once we get to stage 3 and 4, to avoid these kids leaving at breaks and at lunch in large groups, which will no doubt result in, no social distancing and them removing their mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McComber.
Darcy Storms.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again, thank you to the board, Massetti, all of the teachers that have done so much to support the children. This is nobody's ideal situation, 2020 in its entirety so far, and appreciate all that you've done to find a path forward. I realize that there will be Zoom meetings for parents by grade level, and I'd also like to request that there be an additional Zoom meeting for parents of kids who have IEPs, special services, or special education to just understand the additional supports, needs, or adjustments that may need to be considered going forward. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Storms.
Sherry Blades.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to allow our voices to be heard. I know it's super late and everybody wants to go to bed. But my concerns and questions come from a teacher perspective. I'm a 15-year teacher, 13 years in NVUSD. And I feel like just as parents have had a choice for their children of what is going to be offered, I feel like staff should have a choice on school reentry that's based on their comfort level or situation. It's my hope that the health of all of us is going to be valued, not just the medically fragile or those who have a condition that doesn't allow them to be physically in a classroom. I feel like we all have just as much of a right. I was shocked to see in the slide deck that teachers would need to report into their campuses for distance learning. I feel like it should be teacher choice to teach at home or school site in that model. It needs to be fluid and optional based on whatever the current needs or situations allow. I understand that a lot of teachers went really far out of their way to create ideal working conditions within their home. And on the flip side, some teachers couldn't. And so we need to have choice. Some of us don't have great Wi-Fi, but some of us do. Some of us have shared family spaces, so it's not ideal, but some of us have that. So we need to look at both situations. I also hope that as we move through the different phases, that we can have continued open dialogue. I beg for it. We all deserve a say. I feel like this is the first opportunity as a teacher that I've had an option and a public forum that might actually make a difference. And I can't believe we're midway through summer before that was even an option. The other one I was going to say is in regards to kindergarten through second grade mask wearing. I totally understand it's going to be difficult for a lot of kids, but in my heart of being a true optimist, I feel like if we provide the learning support and we can gain parent support, my guess is there's going to be a majority of students that can handle it, and there's going to be a smaller percentage that can't. It's all going to be in our instructional model and just the acknowledgement for young kids. It greatly reduces the spread of the disease if we can mask up. So I really think we need to consider that as a high recommendation and not just take it off the table. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Blakes. We have time for one more comment before we hit our 11:30 mark. But it seems like all hands are raised.
Wait, Aaron. Katie Aaron. Go ahead, Katie. You have to unmute your mic, Katie.
Yes, sorry, I'm here. Thank you. I just wanted to show some appreciation for all the work that has been done. I was on the task force, and every meeting I was impressed by Dana and Pat and Dr. Musetti and Mr. Pearson. And I just know a little tiny bit of the work that went into this, but looking at the presentation tonight and the emails that were sent out and so forth, I am feeling very confident in the plan, and just wanted to end this long meeting with just words of appreciation and hope that we're all going to work together for the safety of both our staff and students, and learn how to pivot and know that this is challenging, but we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erin. Okay, that being said, I am going to conclude and close for public comment on this item. So thank you, everyone. And before we move on, I do need to ask the board to extend the meeting.
I'll move to extend.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia, second by Ms. Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so hanging in there along with 361 others. So soon it'll be Friday, so we're almost there. Okay, so let's go back now to the board and continue with now our board discussion. And I'm just gonna have us start by order here, just to kind of move things along. If Trustee Gracia would like to go first.
Sure. So I think we can all acknowledge that this situation is obviously less than ideal, and that any solution that we come up with will have some consequences that are maybe not the best. But you know, we have to do our best with what we have been given. So, you know, this process began by gathering input from our community. And it was clear that the parents of our students understood the importance of in-school teaching and spoke loud and clear with their poll responses that they want their children to be in school to do their learning. They indicated overwhelmingly that that was their preference. I think it was something like 80% of them indicated they were interested in the in-school option. And as a board, then we took that mandate from our parents and tasked the superintendent with developing a robust plan for bringing approximately 80% of the children back to school. Since the last day of school to the present time, the district has been hard at work on putting together a plan to get NVUSD students back into the classroom. This task was massively complicated by the fact that the guidelines all seem to be changing by the minute. Despite the difficulties, the district did an amazing job of pulling together a plan for our children to be allowed back onto campus, enabling the resumption of in-person learning. Unfortunately, it now appears, due to circumstances beyond our control, The ability to implement the plan to bring students back has been taken away from NVUSD. Even prior to cases in our county worsening, our local health officer, Dr. Relucio, determined that the most restrictive rules must be put in place in resuming school, and that we could not open our doors to 80% of the student population. The best we could possibly do under Dr. Relucio's restrictive guidance was the hybrid model, where only half of the students are in class at a time. The district was willing to embrace that model, knowing that at least some social interaction could take place and some of the children could experience the joy of interacting with their peers. Unfortunately, even that doesn't seem possible due to the worsening health conditions in Napa County. Even if we wanted to open, the governor has outright eliminated that option by declaring that all schools must remain closed if their county is on the health watch list. Due to the recently worsening infection rate in Napa County, we have been placed on the watch list, and until we have been off the watch list for a mandated period of time, we cannot reopen. The worsening conditions in Napa County, coupled with the state and local mandates, required the district to pivot to the phased approach being presented tonight. We ultimately have the goal of a full return to teaching children in physical classrooms, but we're at the mercy of our local health officials and mandates from the state of California. There is much to like in this phased approach. Having planned out these phases ahead of time, we'll be able to quickly react when changes in health conditions permit reopening. This plan gives us flexibility to move to greater educational access as the health of the people in our community improves. I must commend the strong work of the district in preparing this plan and thinking through the steps necessary to eventually return to full school participation.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. Trustee Hurtado?
I think our map to reopening has been set for us and will be set for us tomorrow. I am glad to see that our plan pretty much meets the standards that we may be forced to work under. The bottom line is we need to start classes in August. We need to begin providing instruction for our students. We need to evaluate the progress we make during the initial period of instruction. We need to make sure that our superintendent and the district office has the ability to then evaluate and refine the process that we're using in order to provide an education for our students. And we need to support any change that may become necessary as a result of our officials reviewing the process we put in place. I encourage Dr. Massetti and the district to continue discussions with agencies and groups that can help again the working class parents in addressing some of their more critical needs. Childcare being probably the most critical. We need to make sure that we make access to the education equal for everyone. And with that, I will support the recommendation.
Thank you, Trustee Hurtado. Trustee Shank?
At least for now, we don't have the prerequisites to open more broadly and in person. Community spread is elevated, testing capacity is strained. The superintendent and staff have to solve a great many logistical challenges, many of which have been outlined tonight. However, testing capacity is not one of them. We all want in-person education. Our community wants it for our families. I urge my fellow elected on the Board of Supervisors to continue to press for and work the testing capacity issue. I'm not convinced the county understands the size of the challenge ahead to support NVUSD. NVUSD is the equivalent of a distributed city the size of American Canyon, and probably you could argue larger. Our kids bring their entire household to school every day. That was true pre-COVID, but it's especially true in the midst of COVID. All their exposures become our exposures. Therefore, following public health advice by the entire household impacts our ability to attain and sustain in-person instruction for the child, the class, the school. I'm confident in our ability to plan and execute to bring kids back when health parameters permit, especially at elementary. I'm a little more ambivalent about middle and high school. But what I'm not confident about is everyone having the stamina and discipline to mask up and distance outside of school on a sustained basis. I know some people might take offense, but I think it's a prima facie case in the last month that some in our community are having trouble sustaining multi-month discipline to do what's needed to put the brakes on the virus. I have read the concerned adult feedback in the surveys that we did a month ago regarding the social emotional impacts to students. But the article that had the most impact on me was a discussion of middle school brain development. As kids assert their independence from parents and discover and form their own identities, becoming hyper-dependent and sensitive to interactions with peers, being attuned to what other people are thinking and feeling and how best to relate to them, real-time feedback, not buffered by network bandwidth, is essential. And I suppose you could say that of the elementary and high school kids also, but it seems to be particularly true of the middle school students. So I want to acknowledge the desire by everyone to return to the greatest extent possible to an in-person modality. People need to realize that while advice and policy might be imperfect, the failure to follow it will inevitably lead to the virus ratting you out. The virus doesn't care what you want. The virus doesn't care what you think is best or desirable. Your ability to stay together in person relies on everyone doing their part. It is unclear. I've spent the last couple of months reading pretty much everything I could get my hands on, various plans, various state, local, national health authorities. It's unclear what the transmission rates in the 5 to 18-year-old group are, but it's pretty clear that as they enter their teen years, certainly the high school years, they look more and more like the 18 to 34 crowd, which is now the most active age group contracting the virus. Directionally, I can support the direction of the plan outline. I concur with much of what Jose just spoke to.
Thank you, Trustee Shunk. Trustee Water?
Okay, thank you. And thank you to everybody who came tonight. I think it was a record-breaking event. I really appreciated, there were some excellent comments and I made notes of them. I would like to reply to Sabrina Wolfson and say that yes, we do want to get back to in-class instruction, and that's why it's so important to do what Trustee Shunk said. Everyone needs to follow the rules, wear a mask, be serious. because the virus has one goal, and that is to replicate. That's just to get around as much as it can. And we need to be aware of that. But I share Sabrina Wolfson's concern with screen time. And, you know, yes, we want to reopen schools when we can. You know, I've been thinking about this, reading about it, and thinking about it a lot. And over the last few years, I was thinking how we have placed a great deal of responsibility on our young people. Just over the past few years, we've come to depend on them to solve the problems of gun violence, global warming. Young people are in the forefront of the anti-racism movement too. And if that is not enough, our children need to be in school so they can preserve our economy during the COVID pandemic. I mean, that is a big reason behind the push from Washington for us to reopen our schools. Not that we've had a great deal of help from that quarter. And of course, children do need to learn. But let us see how much our culture values teachers. According to Paul Krugman, the combined salaries of the top 25 American hedge fund managers equaled the salaries of every kindergarten teacher in the country times two. Times two. This was in 2014, and I don't think anything's changed. Our culture has not become any more child-friendly in recent years. Witness the child care issue that is real, and Mr. Park spoke about it. Other people have spoken about it. And, you know, I echo what Trustee Hurtado said. Yes, our staff needs to work with the agencies who can help with this. And it didn't have to be this way. It's tragic. Each state is on its own. And I was stupid at the beginning of this and said we're all in it together, but actually, you know, we're not. Some people have it better off than others. And, you know, occasionally I feel like I'm on the Pequod. It's Moby Dick, only it's not a boat. It's a raft with holes in it. And people are, half the people are sick. The sharks are circling, you know, the captain's drunk. I mean, but we need to follow the advice of our public health leaders, the experts. And the health of our teachers, our children, and their families come first. Wear a mask, wash your hands, don't be a spreader, keep healthy, yes, read a book once in a while, help each other. We are going to get through this. And I have so much confidence in this because look at how many of you signed in tonight. It shows that you care. And that, you know, really touches my heart and makes me, you know, look at the coming months with courage. And I thank you, all of you, for that. And I am going to support us moving forward with the plan. And thank you again.
Thank you, Trustee Water. Trustee Jankowicz.
I too want to thank everyone that took the time to share your thoughts this evening. Your questions were well articulated and astute, and I know we all took copious notes. This is complex, it's complicated. This is not a one-size-fits-all solution. We have mandates and requirements that everybody alluded to that are dictated by other public agencies, and pivoting an entire school district can be a cumbersome exercise. We have all had access to a voluminous amount of information, and the data changes, cases rise, they fall, and the unknowns become more apparent, and very rationally, fear and risk become byproducts. The opening of schools isn't just about the adjustments a school makes. As Joe said, it's also the adjustment the community makes. The issues that make these decisions are difficult. Safety, parents who have no control over their own work schedules, the fear for children for whom an indefinite absence from the classroom holds dangers outside of academics, mental health, emotional risks of isolation, and other impediments and disparities that can impact our students. All businesses don't need the groundswell of public support that our schools do. Joe put risk into perspective. Risk assessment has kind of understandable, for me, correlation to financial practices, but how do you systematically process the evaluation of potential risk to humans in a pandemic? It is a much more complex equation. Health and safety at the forefront, but has to be in conjunction with education. The looming question is, how do we reopen? The reopening plan submitted this evening is intentional in its ability to manage risk and education benefit of education simultaneously. Policies are intended to mitigate risk, not eliminate the risk. The plan addresses our threshold, and there will not be a single right answer. Two things need to happen. We must commit the resources necessary to reinvent education under radically changed circumstances, and what is right for students will require a massive civic mobilization. Education is a crucial form of infrastructure in need of protection, and this pandemic has highlighted its fragility. The world is at a crossroads. Science is in a battle with conjecture and instinct to determine policy. This evening, we are voting on a plan as a phased model with a vision to move to additional phases as safety mandates. We are as scalable as our public officials will allow. I think the brilliance of this is the ability to navigate all circumstances, and movement between phases will be more seamless, and we as a district can continue to prioritize education. I too will support this plan.
Thank you, Trustee Jankowicz. I think my fellow trustees have said a lot that I would like to say as well, but in the interest of time, I think one thing I just wanted to add is we're as a school board, we're asked to do a lot with even a 10% cut to our budget. So we're asked to do more with less. It had, I think with all the participants that we had today, had they been following us right from just in the last 2 years of work, I think it would provide also additional information as to why we're also making the decisions that we're making today. And I appreciate all of them and their comments. I think that's exactly why we are here tonight, aside from presenting a well thought out plan from the task force and the school administrators, is to listen to our community. So to know that we had 1,000 attendees and ending the night with still hundreds, it goes to add to all the important aspects into making sure that we are all understanding what's going on. And we know that that's not enough, right? We have 17,000 students, and we're still missing a lot of parents. So the team has a lot of more work to do. I'm sure Dr. Massetti and the administrators took copious notes of all the comments from tonight that might be added to our frequently asked questions. And I'm sure that we will have some follow-up conversation as to how we can answer those critical, heartfelt, and of course, coming from a place of reality, right? Where we want you to know, parents, that we see you and we hear you. We are all also members of this community. And although I don't have any kids myself, but I do have adorable teenagers and high schooler and a middle schooler that live in our property. And so there's just, I hear there's a lot to consider. And I think that what's going to be hard is just like, when school starts, the expectation and the thought of it is it's not going to be like any first day of school we've ever had in a long time, at least for the generations that are here today. So that first day of school in itself is going to be a journey for all of us. It's going to be a learning curve. I think it's going to be an absolute change, just like it is for all of us in our daily lives, to try to cope with all of our daily activities and how much they've changed. So I know there's even times to consider even almost like a grieving process of how there's a sense of that's not there like it used to be. But I hope with tonight, and not just with tonight, but with the many days that the board has spent, and specifically the administrators, of how much dedication and passion and love and care is going into this. And I think that not only was demonstrated, but it's an ongoing conversation, right? The conversation doesn't end here. I feel like today was about presenting the plan, and there are more meetings ahead. I think there were some great suggestions about adding more meetings. I think that we can't have enough communication, and we will do that. I think that's something that we have changed as a culture of an organization, is our communication. So thank you all. And I too will be supporting this proposed plan. All right, so I guess that's a great segue to the next thing, unless there's any other comments from the board. All right, seeing none, let's move to then our next item, item H. That's our action item. H1 is the approval of the 2020-2021 reopening NVUSD schools plan during COVID-19, and the recommendation in the motion is for the approval of the 2020-2021 reopening NVUSD schools plan during COVID-19.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Hurtado. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody abstain or oppose? Motion carries unanimously. We have a plan. All right, we are 7 minutes away from Friday. Thank you everyone for all your input and your commitment, and to those that are still joining us at the end of our meeting. We have now concluded our meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Shang. Thank you, Trustee Gracia. I think we're all in favor of that.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Massetti. Thank you, administrators. And thank you, Napa Valley community. Have a good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Buenas noches.